Good evening, everybody. This is Edmard. I'm going to be your commentator for tonight. And welcome to Spitsy's mini drift competition. This is the first drift competition that's available on Forza, or on Forza 6 anyway. And we're going to be getting underway very shortly. We're just inviting people into the lobby at the moment. If you are competing and you're not in the lobby yet, and you've got an invite waiting for you, then by all means, get in here, and we'll get this show on the road. Like I said, I'm Edmod. We're going to be getting underway very shortly, and we've got 3 judges. We've got Spitsy, we've got Initial Die, and Jezza and Nando. They're going to be your judges tonight. So we should be getting underway pretty soon. Hopefully we get lots of people in. We don't know exactly how many people are going to turn up. We've got lots and lots of sign-ups. So thanks for the enthusiasm for everyone that decided to sign up. Couple of dropouts so far, but we're hoping we get at least 16 people in here so that we can make sure that we get at least enough battles for you guys tonight. Sorry, 2 secs, I've got a bit of technical issue. And I'm back. Okay, so we've got loads of people turning up now. Lobby's starting to really fill up. Some of you more long-time players of Forza might spot some familiar faces. I've already recognised we've got SO Mystified in here, DMI Ace. We've got there's a Gamertag Relapse, which is actually Knockside, for those of you that remember. And there's also a lot of people in here that I don't recognise. But hopefully we get lots of nice and competitive racing tonight. We're going to start off with some qualifying. And what happens during qualifying is the judges will have a look at a couple of qualifying runs, get 2 qualifying runs, and you'll be judged on line, clipping point, style, and sometimes speed might come into it as well. And the course for today is the Silverstone National course. It's a pretty old course. It's been around on Forza since way back in the beginning. And luckily, when Silverstone decided to do their layout change not too long ago, they didn't change this part of the course. So we've still got this section. It was made famous by, I can't remember when exactly it was. I think it was 2005, 2006. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it was way back then when the D1 Drift Championship came to the UK, and the D1 drivers went up against the UK drivers. Way back then, the UK scene was a lot different to the way it is now. It was pretty low level, so the D1 drivers had much more sophisticated cars, and they brought the heat, and it was really, really good, a really good exhibition match. And from that, the section at Silverstone National was born. It's the last 2 corners of Silverstone National. It used to be the final corner of the circuit before the layout changed, so I was saying. So, yeah, it's a pretty well-known section. We wanted to keep it pretty simple for you guys to start with. And, yeah, it should be familiar to pretty much everyone. If you are new to this track, don't worry. It's fairly simple. You've got a pretty quick entry into the first corner, and the inside clipping point to start with. You've got to make sure you don't drift out too wide. It's very easy to overshoot the first clipping point, which would give you a really slow clipping point into the second one, which is an outside clip, just along the rumble strip. Then you need to transition into the third clipping point and through the final corner, which is a really nice third gear corner where you can just lay the power down, and that's really fun. So I'm going to be spectating along with the other judges. We should be getting underway pretty soon. How many people we've got in here? We've got 23 people in the lobby so far. I doubt we're getting many more. Let's see who we've got in here so far. Obviously, I've already mentioned Noxide, got Logix, Dramatic Gaming, DSA 420 Meh. That's an interesting gamer tag. Pablo Smith, Jalisco 49ers, Cryptex Drifter, Aaron Baruba, SO Mystified. We've got Pumpkin 91, DMI Ace, Rapid Potter, Select Veeps, Gingerbread Hose, Mike Kwan, III, Karen III. I think I'll just call you Karen. We've got The Legend, Mr. Worstman, Up Yours Primark. That is a wicked gamer tag. Oh my god. Up Yours Primark. And that rounds off the lobby so far. So we've got one more space left. I don't know if we're going to get that space filled. I don't know if I need to select a car or something. Maybe I do. Maybe that's something I need to do before this can start. I don't know. Like I said, we should be getting underway pretty soon. We're running slightly late, but we just want to make sure we've got enough people in the lobby. Okay, I've just received word that we should be getting underway in about 2 minutes' time. Spitsy's obviously getting inundated with messages and all sorts from you guys, so bear with us. Xbox is only so friendly to those people that receive a ton of messages, and when it's in quite a concentrated time frame, it can get a little bit hard to manage. But we should be underway in about 2 minutes' time. So just quickly, while we're waiting, I might as well go through the format of qualifying. Each driver gets 2 qualifying runs. There's no practice runs, although obviously you can drift over to the start point, and you're judged on angle, line, speed, and style. Your angle and line are the main factors that you get judged on. They carry the most points, which are 35 points each. Your speed is 10 points, and style is 20 points. So speed is a pretty simple one. You want to just make sure you go in with enough speed into the first corner, because the judges will just take a look at what speed you're at. It's quite easy to judge in that way. Angle and line is throughout the entire course, and they sort of go hand in hand. If you get the right line, then you can optimize your angle for that line and really work with them together. And style is just a general sort of how your run went, whether you were messy or really smooth, or maybe you were quite aggressive in your entry. These are all things that the judges would just take into account and just round off your score with the final 20 points that are available for style. So that's what judging will be based on. Now, after that, we'll whittle that down to 16 people, and they will go into our battles. And if you made it into the top 16, then you need to be ready to battle right away. And the way we'll go into the battles is the top qualifier will go against the 16th qualifier. So first against 16th, then second against 15th, and so on. And then from then on, obviously, we'll go into this battle scenario where, first of all, the highest qualifying person will lead, and the lowest qualifying person will follow. And you'll go through the course in a twin battle format. The lead car would be judged on the line and angle that they take, and the follow car would be judged on how well they can follow the lead car through the course. And then we'll swap round, and we'll go round again in the opposite way. So the lead car then follows, and the follow car then leads, and judged again. And if the judges come to the same conclusion for each run, then it may be awarded a tie, in which case you'll do 2 more runs and make sure that you find a winner in that next 2 runs. So it looks like the lobby's underway. I'm just going to make sure that I'm on the right cameras and make sure I can see what's going on for you guys. And give me just a second. I'm just going to find out what the dealio is here and who's going to be going first and whatnot. Okay, so first up we've got Gingerbread Hose. That's an interesting gamer tag, actually. I wonder what a gingerbread hoe is like. I mean, I presume by hoes you mean women, and you're talking about gingerbread women? I mean, how does that work? Is that just like not a gingerbread man? I mean, we eat gingerbread men, which sounds a bit weird if you're talking about gingerbread hoes. Maybe this guy's got a bit of a fetish for gingerbread. Don't know. Maybe he likes his gingerbread hose with milk all over them or something. But yeah, he'll be going up first. And Gingerbread Hose is driving a... Let me just find him. Oh wow. So this is the first time I've actually spectated people on this game. And... Okay, now it's loaded. Alright, sorry about that. Okay, so Gingerbread Hose is in a Challenger Hellcat by the looks of it. His time zone is Eastern, so I'm guessing he's from America. And his performance index rating for this car is 754, so it's a pretty well built car. It's got an interesting livery on it. It's interesting. I can't look around the car in spectate mode. That's rubbish. Forza, what are you doing? Well, it looks like a red and black camo livery that looks really cool. Ooh, let's see what else I can do here. Looks like he's sponsored by Greddy and Alpine Stars and Bridgestone. Bridgestone tyres, they make some decent tyres. Okay, so Gingerbread Hose is lining up for his first run. And the guys should be giving him the all clear. And for those of you that don't know, this is the 50 roll section. You start here, and at the end of this little exit road here, you floor it. Into the first corner goes Gingerbread Hose, and qualifying is underway. Looks like a decent line so far. Plenty of angle. Could have been slightly closer to that second clipping point, but it's been fairly smooth so far. A little bit off the centre of the clipping point into the third corner, but generally a fairly clean run, so that's pretty nice from Gingerbread Hose. That's his first run complete. All he needs to do now is get back to the start line for his second run. And the judges will be deliberating as he goes round, just taking into account the line, the angle, and the speed that he took it all at, and how well his style looked and what they thought about that. If any of the competitors are listening, might be worth mentioning, it's a good idea to try and get back to the start line as soon as possible. Just so that we can make sure we get this underway as quickly as possible. We've got lots of you to get through, and we want to make sure that... Oh dear. Looks like Gingerbread Hose... Oh, okay. I just got a massive lag spike. I thought Gingerbread Hose just drove straight into a wall. That would have been completely weird. Alright, so it looks like Gingerbread Hose is lining up for his second run. Can confirm that his first run is a 65. So a fairly decent score, above average. Alright, Gingerbread Hose going in for his second run. Initiate for the first corner. Nice and smooth into the first corner. Maybe could have been a bit quicker and slightly closer to the clipping point. Really nice on the clipping point for the second corner. Oh, and he's gone a bit wide into the third corner. Oh, that's a shame, because it was going... That run was definitely going a lot better than his first run. But yeah, I'd say it's a fairly solid line there from Gingerbread Hose. Definitely a couple of solid runs there. We'll see what the judges think of this. And it's a good idea to note down these scores and just make a mental note so that you know what sort of scores you can expect from people when you compare them in your minds. You get all sorts of different scores from different judges, so you know, if we know that previous run was a 65 and this next run maybe is like a 70 something, I haven't got the score yet, but then it gives you an idea of what sort of discrepancies are being awarded to different players. That runs a 69 for Gingerbread Hose. 69, maybe he's in a 69 with his Gingerbread Hose covered in milk. So that's a decent score from his second run. Definitely made the most of it. But I think up next we should have Dramatic Gaming if he's in the lobby. Let me see. Yep, so up next is Dramatic Gaming. Dramatic Gaming is driving a Nissan 350Z, and he's also from America in the Eastern time zone, and his car has a much lower PI rating than the previous competitor, and it's a A687 PI rating. Looks like an interesting livery that he's got going on there. Let me just have a bit of a look around. Quite like the design he's gone for there, where he's got the different triangles coming off in different directions there. And the classic Forza Motorsport logo at the top of his number plate. Alright, so hopefully Dramatic Gamer will be getting the message in a moment to line up to the start line, get ready for his first run. Alright, here we go. So we should have Dramatic Gamer's first run coming up in just a second. Hopefully it is nice and dramatic for us. We don't want it to be a very boring run. We'd rather it was a dramatic run. Hopefully his Gamertag serves him well here. Alright, so Dramatic Gaming coming into the first corner. Quite a fast entry there. You might, yes, he's definitely wide into the first corner. And he's quite far off the clipping point for the second one. And we might see a fairly low score here. Definitely not as consistent of a line as the previous competitor, Gingerbread Hose. Yes, that's a brilliant Gamertag, mate. Gingerbread Hose. Alright, so Dramatic Gaming will go around for his second run. And let me just see what the judges are saying about his first run. Alright, so Dramatic Gaming scores a 35. Hopefully you see a little bit more aggression here. It's always important to remember, if you're nervous when you're heading into a qualifying run for a competition such as this, you know that it's streaming on the internet and lots of people are watching. Just remember that nerves are good. Nerves mean that you want to do well. And you should harness that and put it forward and make sure that you do your best and know that you did your best and you can be proud of that. Looks like Dramatic Gaming went in with a slightly more aggressive entry. So he took a shallower line into that first corner. It pushed him out really wide because he went so shallow into the first corner. Last corner was good though. Managed to get the power down, get a nice bit of angle. And we should see his score coming in pretty soon. So his first run, just a quick reminder, was a 35. Oh, it looks like he's got a 0 for his second run because of straightening out into the second clip. It's unfortunate, but straightening out gives you an instantaneous 0 for your run. So Dramatic Gaming with the 35 there, he could... Well, it might be difficult to find himself into the top 16, but we'll see. It's early days yet. We don't know how everyone else is getting on. So thanks, Dramatic Gaming. We should have our next competitor up pretty soon, which I think is going to be SO Mystified. Now then, SO Mystified is driving a 2002 Camaro. He's also from America, and his car has a 767 PI rating, so it's got a pretty high PI rating like the first competitor, Gingerbread Hose. Now SO Mystified, some of you might recognize the name. He's been around for a little while now. and part of Team SO, which Spitsy was also part of, for those of you that are followers of Spitsy. If not, you should get subscribed. It's definitely worth a watch. Alright, so looks like SO Mystified will be lining up for his first run in just a second. Looks like he's got a sort of Hankook livery going on for his on his Camaro. I can't really see it properly because I can't move the camera around, which is complete rubbish. Can't believe they got rid of that feature. I mean, I suppose it's alright that they got spectating back for this game, because it was completely missing from Forza 5, but at least we can spectate. It would be nice to be able to look around the car so I could check out people's liveries. Alright, so SO Mystified should be starting his first run now. Here we go. Lining up for the start of the 50 roll. I think this time I might see if I can check out how fast he's heading into the first corner, so that you can get an idea of what sort of speed would be a good speed to enter at. I'm expecting SO Mystified to put in a fairly good run, providing he's not too rusty. Alright, so out of the 50 roll, looked like a 98 mph entry there. Slightly wide onto the first corner, nice on the second clip, and a huge amount of angle coming into the third clip. Really smooth, nice line through the third clipping point, and finishes his run. It's a really nice run actually. Could have been slightly closer to the clipping point in that first corner, but it's definitely something that he can think about into his next run. Maybe a slightly more aggressive entry would have gained a slightly more amount of angle, and that would have pushed him closer into that first clipping point, and he would have got a slightly better line through the course there. But he corrected really well into the second corner, so or second clipping point I should say. So I'm expecting a fairly decent score here. I could see this being the lead score so far. Mystified scores an 80 on his first run, so that's really good. Alright, so Mystified should be going in for his second run anytime now. Alright, here we go. Up to the end of the 50 roll. And into the first corner, same entry speed as the last time, very consistent. As you can see, he took more angle into that first corner and managed to get a lot closer to a clipping point, which is really good. Adjusting his speed there to make sure he didn't stray too far away from the clipping point of the third corner. Again, lots of angle, and he didn't go quite as wide out of the corner yet there, so I'm expecting a slightly better score from that run, as it was a slightly better line and more consistent angle through the course. Nice solid runs, as you can expect from Mystified. And it looks like the Camaro in this game drives pretty well. It looked very smooth. I haven't tried it myself. I must admit that I think I'm slightly late into the game, slightly later than most people are here. I only got it on Monday, and I don't exactly have... oh no, I didn't get it Monday, I got it Tuesday. I haven't really had loads of time to be able to have much of a go on drifting around on this game so far. I've tried out a few cars, and it seems fairly similar to previous Forza games. And, you know, Forza, I think underlying everything, it's got the same sort of physics underlying everything. So, all right, so Mystified's second run is in. He's got an 87, so that's a pretty good score. Obviously, there's still some room for improvement there, as it's not a perfect score, but it's definitely the best we've seen so far. Alright, I should be getting word of who's next. All right, so I haven't heard who is next up for us yet. I think it might be Karen, or I, Karen, I. Let me just confirm that with the judges. Oh, it looks like he's lining up, so I could be right there. And Karen, I, Karen, I, is driving a BMW M5, 2005 model. This could be an interesting car. It's usually, well, from previous experience on Forza games, this BMW's been a little bit weird to drive as a drift car. You know, you get things like the Camaros and Corvettes that are very smooth, but it can be a bit temperamental. So it'd be interesting to see how he handles it through the course here. Right, so we're going in for his first run. Looks like quite a shallow entry line there. Means he's scrubbed a lot of speed coming into that first corner, but it's still a decent clipping points. Oh, it looks like he's got a bit too much angle coming into that last corner, and he's straightened out and had to spin out. Looks like he's abandoned the end of that run. I believe that's most likely going to be a 0, but I'll await confirmation from the judges on that one. So coming into his second run here. Oh yes, I've just got confirmation from the judges. It is a 0 for that run, which means that Karen 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 is probably going to be coming into his second run a bit more cautiously. He's got to make it count. Obviously, you still got to do your best and make sure that you get a really good run in, but also you've got to make sure that you actually finish it. Now, some people still, you know, they still go in balls to the wall. They don't care if they get a 0 on both runs because they know they tried their best. But obviously, those of us that want to make sure we get a qualifying run in, just play it slightly safer. Looks like a very similar line into the first corner there. Could have been slightly better on the first clip. Perfect on the second clip. And looks like he's held it through the third corner, so should see a complete run here from I, Karen I. All right. So yeah, it's interesting to see how he was handling that M5. It looked like it was a bit more anxious at high angle, I'd say. If anxious is a word that you can use to describe the body language of a car as it's drifting around the track. In real life, these cars are actually really good for drifting. And a BMW 3 Series or 5 Series is a really popular choice among more grassroots drifting, especially here in the UK. I was actually out at Lydden Hill today. I don't know if any of you listeners know Lydden Hill at all, but I was down there today just with a few friends. It was just a general drift day, and there was a ton of BMWs there, but there always is because it's such a popular car for grassroots drifting here in the UK. All right, so I've heard from the judges. It looks like that second run is a 60. So Karen I puts in a solid run for his second run, making sure that he's definitely in contention for a spot in the top 16. But we're still early days here. So let's see who the next person is. But anyway, as I was saying, I was at Lydden Hill today, and the BMWs, especially the E36, is a very popular car for the early grassroots drifters. But there was also plenty of S13s. There's a couple of R32s. What else was there? There was an R34 4-door that wasn't drifting. But if you guys want to see any photos from there, then definitely keep an eye out on T-Works Automotive on Facebook. And also you can follow me on Tumblr if you like. It's edmard.tumblr.com. And I will post up some stuff tomorrow once I get a chance to go through all my photos from today, if you're interested in seeing what was going down at Lydden Hill today. Alright, so let's see who is up next for us think Aaron Baroob could be next. Let me just check that he's in the lobby. He is indeed. And just got confirmation it is Aaron Baroob. I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name, but it's a bit of a weird gamer tag. I'm just going to call him Aaron from now on, so that I know I'm getting it right. But let's take a look here. Let's see what he's driving. He's driving a Nissan 240SX. 240SX because this is based on the American model. Some of you may know it as the RP-S13. And the other model in the game, the other S13 in the game, is the PS13, for those of you that don't know. Looks like Aaron is just warming up his tyres ahead of his run, and then he will be going ahead into his first run of his qualifying. Looks like his PI number is S742, so could see quite a lot of horsepower coming out of this car. And looks like he's just heading into the 50 roll now. Alright, going into the first corner. Nice fast entry, lots of angle coming into that first corner. Nice on the first clipping point, and very nice on the second clipping point. Adjusting his line and speed coming into the third, and he's hugging that inside rumble strip. Always going really wide out of it though. Okay, it would be interesting to see how the judges react to that quite a wide exit coming out of the last corner there. I'm not sure if the judges consider a rumble strip as tyre drop, but if they do, then that could be a 0, as he did have his last wheel was just touching the rumble strip as he was coming out of that corner. But yeah, it was lots of not really lots. It was pretty wide coming out of that corner. Otherwise, he had a really solid run through there, and I think he should be proud of that. Interestingly enough, today when I was out at Linden Hill, there were a couple of RPS13s that had a pig nose, which is actually a bit of a USDM feature of the RPS13. You don't usually see those in the UK. It's usually the shark nose, or people just get bumpers for them and completely change the look of the car. Alright, so it looks like I've got the results for the first run, for Aaron's first run, which was a 68. So let's see what he can do into this second run. We'll take a look at his entry speed. 99 miles per hour entry speed, as he was before. He got lots of angle coming in, but shallowed up, which has pushed him slightly wide onto that second clip. Oh, and he's really wide on the third clip. I can see this being a lower score than his first run. So a 68 for Aaron there on his first run is probably what he's going to be sticking with. The judges only consider the top score that you get from qualifying. It's not a combination of your scores or anything, so there's no worries if you get a 0. It's judged solely on your best score that you could provide. If two drivers have the same score, then they'll take into account their second run. Whoever had the highest second run will go through to the top 16. Alright, so it looks like Aaron is just coming back after his second run, and I'm just waiting on the judges to provide me with the score for his second run. Alright, looks like it's a 58 for Aaron there on his second run. Alrighty then, let's continue on. We should have the next driver lining up pretty soon. Let me just see if I can find out who that is for you guys. Think should be Pablo Smith. Pablo Smith is also driving the 240SX. It's quite an interesting colour scheme he's got going on there. I think I might change my camera view and see if I can have a look, see what it looks like on the side. Oh, he's got a Driftland sticker on the side. Shout out to Driftland UK. Definitely pretty cool stuff goes down at Driftland. If you want to see some pictures of what goes on at Driftland UK, then by all means follow T-Works Automotive on Facebook. So an ex-Forza player, Connor, who used to be in SCS with me and Spitsy, he takes lots and lots of photos at Driftland, and they're all really, really good. So you guys should definitely follow T-Works Automotive on Facebook if you're interested in seeing what goes down at Driftland UK. So let me just see if I can find some information on Pablo Smith and what his car's like. Is an A685, so it's a decent amount of tuning going into his car, but not over the top, not into the S-Class. He's from the UK, so UK represent. It looks like Pablo's heading into the first corner, slightly slower entry than we saw before from previous drivers, and fairly shallow angle, but definitely a solid line, definitely a consistent line, and quite a smooth run. Could probably be a little bit faster, but it looks like he's going a little bit conservative into his first run, just to make sure he gets something solid in, so that he's not under too much pressure into his second run. I mean, yeah, my overall thoughts on that run was it was not amazing, but not terrible. Although I'm not a judge, so take what I say with a pinch of salt, really. The judges have the final say. Looks like the judges will let me know what this score is, and it's 62 for Pablo Smith's first run. That's a 62. There's definitely a lot of guys in the 60s range so far, which is interesting. Could be quite tight to get into the top 16. Alright, so Pablo should be going in for his second run any second now. I do like his livery on his car, actually. The way he's done the design, it makes it look like it's a bit more of a grassroots sort of car. Alright, so Pablo entering in the first corner. Looks like he's taking a slightly wider entry into the first corner. Could have got a little bit closer to that first clipping point. Second clipping point was on point. Quite wide into the third. Brings it in nice and tight for the exit though. Looks like he definitely came into that with a slightly more aggression. As he did have a fairly solid run in for his first run. He knew he was fairly safe on that. But yeah, just came into that second run a bit more aggressive, which I can definitely appreciate. You just got to make sure that your technical side to your run is a bit more down, because it was slightly off a couple of the clipping points and the line was slightly compromised. I mean, we've definitely seen that a more aggressive style definitely works, as we've seen from the likes of Mystified so far with his high score. Well, it looks like Pablo's got a 57 for his second run. Definitely can appreciate the more aggression going into that second run, but obviously his line was hindered as a result, so it didn't quite get the score that he was after there, I don't think. Definitely still in contention though, and I like his livery, it's pretty cool. Alright, so let me see if I can find out who is up next. And up next is D Legend, or XXDE Legend XX. Let me see if I can find him. It'd be good if I'm checking out what his car is. Oh, he's in a Supra. I can definitely get behind that. Supra is definitely my favourite car to be sliding around in Forza. And he does have what looks like the best body kit as well, so Looks like he's just gone for a simple red design. Looks pretty cool. My car in real life is red, so I can get behind that as well. Oh, looks like Legend's doing some donuts for us just to warm up his tyres a little bit. They can get mighty cold sitting there while you're waiting to qualify, especially if you're sitting there in the grass. So yeah, just making sure that you get a little bit of heat worked up, make sure the PSI is where you like it. Some of these competition cars can run on a very knife edge of PSI levels, so it's good to just make sure you give your rear tyres a bit of a warm up. So it looks like the Legend is going in for his first run, entering the first corner. I think that was about 92 miles an hour. Oh, it looks like he was pretty shallow going into that first corner. Second clipping point was nice though. And it's quite a lot of angle coming into that first corner, maybe a slight too much speed, which has driven him a bit wide. So slightly messy first run. Definitely came in with enough aggression. You just got to get that line right and make sure that you get it nice and smooth and a consistent amount of angle as you come into that first corner. Definitely hindered him all the way through because he was a bit shallow coming in, which made him a bit straight through the second corner, which gave him too much speed into the third, which threw him off the third clipping point. So you can really see how this track can really punish you if you don't get the exact right line. But he didn't spin out or anything, so it won't be a zeros. He's definitely still in contention. Should be a couple of moments here and I'll have his score for you guys. It looks like Legend's just lined up ready for his second run. Alright, so his first run was a 57 for those of you who are interested, and he's heading up for his second run here. He was faster into that first clipping point, more angle, definitely a better line. Nearly spun out there, that was close. That definitely hindered his line into the second clipping point, but that did allow him to get a decent line through the third. All in all, I don't know if Legend's going to be entirely happy with both of those runs, but it shouldn't be too low down the order because they weren't too bad. Just 2 seconds here. I should have the second run result from the judges. All right, and his second run was a 59. So yeah, it was definitely a much better entry and a slightly better line throughout the course, but it had its mistakes, so not quite as high as we've seen before. But again, we're around the 60 mark, so it's definitely quite a close level of competition here. So the top 16 battles should be quite interesting. Hopefully we get some really good battles in for you guys. Alright, so I'm just going to have a look, see who's up next. Alright, so I've just received word that the next competitor is Up Yours Primark. This is possibly one of the best gamer tags I've ever seen on Xbox. Up Yours Primark. I'm guessing he's from the UK. Should we have a look? Oh, sorry, I just headbutted my microphone. Hope you didn't hear that. Okay, so Up Yours Primark is driving a BMW E46 M3. He's also from the UK. And his PI rating is 767, so plenty of horsepower in that M3. All right, in he comes for his first run. Loads of speed into that first corner. I think that's the fastest entry speed that I've seen so far. Really nice clipping point and that first clipping point. Really nice on the second, slightly wide into the third. Can be quite difficult to make sure you slow down enough into that third clipping point, especially if you came through the second really fast. Either that, or you can use the speed to just get loads of angle through the third clipping point, just as long as you don't run too wide. Like I said before, line and angle go hand in hand. If you get a nice line, then you can get enough speed to get enough angle into that last corner. Alright, so Up Yours Primark gets a 72, so he's definitely up there in the high scores. I think that actually puts him second so far, from what I've seen. And that's a pretty decent score there. I'm sure he's pretty happy with that. So not only has he got a wicked gamertag, but he's actually a pretty decent drifter as well. So we'll see how he does on his second run. He should be getting underway any second now. Right, so Up Yours Primark goes up into the 50 roll and into the first corner. Tons of angle. Oh, and he's definitely stalled out there. He didn't straighten out, so he might not get a 0. But that's definitely not what he wanted. He's got a decent first run, so I think he's safe. But I'm not expecting a great score from his second run, as he nearly spun out completely into that first corner, and I think he completely ignored the 50 roll as well, so he might get a 0 for that, but we'll see. Right, just waiting on the scores from the judges for the second run for Up Yours Primark. And Up Yours Primark gets a 46 for his second run. So yeah, it's a bit of a high and a low for Up Yours Primark. 72 definitely puts him into contention for the top 16, I believe. So he should be safe, I think, considering most of the guys so far have got around the 60 mark. So we've only seen 2 drivers so far go above a 60 something, or go above 70 even. And that's been Mystified and Up Yours Primark so far. After that, there was Aaron Baroob, who got a 68. And then everyone else has been in the low 60s. So so just waiting on seeing who is next, and I believe it's Mr. Worstman. Now I'm just wondering, worst, I think that's actually spelt like Wurst, like that's the German word for sausage. So oh man, we've got some great gamer tags going on here today. We've got had III, Karen III, and Up Yours Primark, and Mr. Worstman, who seems to have decided he didn't want to do his first run. Maybe the judges weren't ready for him just yet, so he'll go back and line up for his first run. Mr. Worstman, by the way, is driving a Mazda RX-7, in case you hadn't noticed already. And the PI rating for his car is a 728, so there's quite a lot of horsepower going out of that car. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Wurst is the German word for sausage. So he could be German, and he could be the sausage man. Like, if any of you guys want some sausage, I think this might be your man. Alright, so he's entered into that first corner about 93 miles an hour. It's quite a high speed. Quite shallow through that first clipping point, and gets a tyre out on the rumble for the second. Coming through the third clipping point, fairly slow, fairly shallow, but all in all, a consistent line and quite nice and smooth. No mistakes as far as I could see, so definitely a solid run there from Mr. Verstman. So let's see what the judges score the Sausage Man's first run. Looks like Sausage Man has got a 66 for his first run. That's a fairly decent score. It's definitely in the high 60s. I think we can definitely tell where these guys are going to be by where they are between 60 and 70 by the looks of it so far. Alright, so our German sausage dude is going to be lining up for his second run. Any second now he should be setting off for his second run. Oh, for those of you interested, by the way, looking at his telemetry, I can tell that he is using manual with clutch, because right now he is giving it some beans while holding the clutch in without using a handbrake. So, alright, here we go into the second run. Coming into that first corner slightly quicker than before, definitely more angle, and a very nice line again. Very nice on that second clipping point. Quite an aggressive transition. Maybe had to make a slight correction for that, but all in all, a pretty solid run. It was definitely better than his first run, so I expect something higher than the 66, and he's definitely solid and up there in the with the top guys so far, as far as I can tell anyway. But like I said before, I'm not a judge, so take what I say with a bit of a grain of salt. Alright, that's a 77, so the Sausage Man himself got a 66 and a 77. Really solid score there from Mr. Verstman for his second run. So I should hear, just any second now, I should hear what the next competitor should be. Let me just have a look on my list here. I might be able to work it out myself. Just got to make sure. I've got a list of all the guys that have signed up, and we're just working down that list for the next guys qualifying, but I don't know if they're even in the lobby or not. Looks like we've got Jalisco 49ers. Slightly weird gamertag. I'm not sure if I'm saying it right or not. But I'm just going to call him Jalisco. Let me just see if I can find him so I can check out what car he's in. Oh, wicked. He's in a Lexus SC300. Why is that just... I don't know why that got completely lost on me. I know it's an SC300. I can see it's an SC300. Also known as a Toyota Sora, if you change the badges. It came in slightly different configurations depending on which country you're from. This is most likely the American version, but it also came in the UK with a straight 6 1JZ or a V8. Most of them in the UK are automatic though, so slight pain that they're all automatic, but looks like he'll be going in for his first run now. Quite a slow entry there. I'm not sure he's even going to make the first clipping point. Well, he did make it. Coming into the third clipping point, I'm not sure we've had a run as slow as this one so far. How is he doing that? He must be running some crazy toe. Let's have a look. So with the gift of telemetry, I can have a sneak peek, see what sort of... Oh, it doesn't give me toe. I can't really see around his arches what he's running, but that was quite slow. So I'm not expecting an amazing score from that. And looks like he's got a 46 for his first run, so he's definitely got to up his game a bit for his second run, because as I said, so far we've had mainly in the 60s, mid to high 60s is what most people are getting so far. So Jalisco's definitely got up his game slightly into his second run. So here we go into the second run. We're into the 50 roll and heading towards the first corner. Again, fairly slow, fairly shallow. Dropping the tyre onto that rumble strip, making lots of corrections. Quite nice onto that second clipping point, and a nice transition into the third corner. Could be slightly smoother with his throttle and steering inputs. But all in all, quite nice through the second and third corners there, so I think he'll get a higher score for that run. My advice there would definitely be to come into the corner with a bit more aggression and sort of kick it into more angle, so you can scrub off the speed into the first corner. Not sure what sort of alignment settings he's running on the rear of his car, so it might be some quite skewy alignment settings on the rear, which is causing him to be quite slow. But that's all good. We all drift in our own ways. It's just that some ways get you more score in a drift competition qualifying round than others. So I should be getting the score any second now. Yep, that's a 56. So just as I predicted, it is a higher score than his previous run. It's in the 50s though, so I'm not sure if he's going to get through. We'll see how everyone else does. Alright, so just going to have a look, see who's next. And I think it should be a Relapse who's next. And as I said before, some of you may know this guy as Noxide. And I've just changed to him, and it looks like he's way off in a gravel trap at the other end of the track. So hopefully he does realise that he's next. If you are taking a look at Noxide's car, you see he's got a pretty cool livery. He's got some I want to say like tiger pattern. Is that tiger pattern? I was going to say zebra, but it's not really, is it? Because it's too jaggedy. So I'm saying it's tiger. And it's really cool. You can see around the back of the car, he's actually made the design go around the Nissan badge really nicely. This is one of the coolest liveries here today. Hopefully Relapse should be making his way over to the start line any second now. While we're waiting, I might as well give a couple of shout outs to well, we've obviously got Spitsy. If you aren't subscribed yet, then by all means subscribe. For we'll definitely be doing more little competitions, mini competitions. We'll also be hosting the virtual Formula Drift, which is being run by Guren, who is Guren240SX on YouTube. So go ahead and subscribe to him if you want more VFD news. And subscribe to me if you want. Don't post too often, but I'm Edmard1 on YouTube. But you might want to follow me on Tumblr, which is edmard.tumblr.com. But it looks like Relapse is going for his first run. End of the 50 roll, coming into the first corner. Tons of angle into that first corner. Bit off the clipping point, and quite an early second clip, which has lined him up actually quite nicely into the third. into the third corner, and it's fairly nice through the third corner. I think definitely went slightly too aggressive on the angle into that first corner, but we'll see. We'll see how the judges see the score. I'm not really sure what I would give that in terms of score. Glad I'm not a judge, really. I mean, I can definitely tell when one run is better than another, but I don't know if I could judge a score particularly. I'd find that quite difficult personally, which is really why I'm a commentator, not a judge. So it looks like Relapse has got a 79 for his first run, so definitely a decent score there. I suppose is the improvements that he could make is just making sure that his entry into that first corner has got a slightly better line. I mean, he hit the clipping points, he didn't go off the track, he had tons and tons of angle and a good amount of speed coming into that first corner, so nice amount of aggression. I'm sure he got lots of style points for that run. Alright, so he should be heading into his second run any second now. Looks like there might have been a bit of lag on my screen, so I'm not sure. Not sure if he's quite ready. You might want the lag to settle a little bit. What with the I think we've got dedicated servers now in Forza, so if you do get lag, then it is visible on your own screen. It's not just everyone else that lags around you, and it can be quite distracting and can really put you off if you're mid drift. So you might want to let that calm down a little bit before he heads off into his second run. Even he's already done his first run. While I'm here, I might as well let you guys know about the virtual Formula Drift series. That should be starting fairly soon. Sign-ups are open, so head over to the Forza Motorsport forums if you want to check out the virtual Formula Drift series. But it looks like Relapse is heading into his second run. Not quite as aggressive into that first corner, but definitely a really good line. Consistent clipping points. And he's heading into that third clip. Nice and smooth and nicely placed along the line of the track. And that's generally just not amazing, not like perfect, but absolutely nothing wrong with that run. So I'm expecting a high score from the judges there. Depends how they rate the huge angle that he had into his first run, and if they rate that more than a more consistent run the second time round. And it looks like he got an 86 for his second run. So yeah, it's definitely the more consistent run. You don't have to go for a huge angle into the first corner to get a good score. And the judges definitely liked the more consistent, better line that was apparent in his second run. Alright, so let's see who we should have next. I think next up we have DSI Logics, who is in a Shelby Cobra, I believe, unless he's changed. I don't think I saw a Shelby Cobra. Where is he? DSI Logics. He's definitely in an RX-7 now, so it says a Shelby Cobra on his sign-up form, but he's definitely in an RX-7 right now, so I'm not sure what the PI rating and stuff is for his RX-7. It looks like he's just running a standard body kit on that as well. There's not really that great of an option for RX-7s in this game. Really what you need, if you're going to have a body kit on an RX-7 that is anything like what you get on this game, you need a huge wing. Otherwise it looks a bit weird. So looks like DSi Logics is lining up for his first run. Looks like he's just going to warm up his tyres a bit, just get them up to temperature, ready for his first run. Otherwise he could have a lot less grip going into that first corner. And it's also a lot different if you've been sitting there for ages and your tyres are cold. It's definitely a lot different to how it would feel after a lot of practice when your tyres are really hot and you're used to how they feel when they're really hot. And then you go into a qualifying run and it's completely different. That's why a lot of drivers choose to do donuts at the beginning, and just make sure that they're up to temperature. So DSi Logics goes into the first corner. Really nice clipping point in that first clipping point, but he's quite far away from the second one. Lots of angle into the third, slightly away from the clipping point once again. Or it looks like he's running a little bit wide into the exit of that corner, but all in all fairly solid actually. And I wouldn't expect a pretty high score from that, but again not too shabby at all. Alright, so while DSi Logics goes back for to get ready and line up for his second run, just thought I'd let you guys know that we've got quite a lot of people that want to qualify, so we're running over a bit at the moment. We're running a bit later than expected, so battles will be later. We might have a slight break in between qualifying and battles, mainly so that I can get my breath back, because chatting to you guys constantly for ages is making my throat a bit dry. But it looks like DSi Logic's got a 60 for his first run, continuing the trend of around about a low to mid 60s for most of these runs so far. Yeah, like I was saying, it looks like we'll be heading into battles a bit later than expected due to the sheer amount of people qualifying. Alright, so DSi Logics goes into the first corner. Looks like he had a bit of a more aggressive entry into that first corner, which pushed him wider, which was really good because he met the second clipping point well. It was a bit wide on the third one, but I'm not sure actually. I'm not sure if I would give this more of a score. I think it might be slightly higher than the previous one, but we'll see. It definitely shows that the way that you take that first corner really influences the entire line through the whole section here at Silverstone. There's not a lot of opportunity for you to change your line or make any adjustments. You've really got to nail that first line into the first corner so that you get a good clipping point in the second that sets you up nicely for the third corner. They all really lead into each other. And it looks like Logic's got a 66, so definitely up there in the top of the 60s, and that's a decent second run. All right, let's check out, see who we might have next. All right, up next we've got Pumpkin 91. Now, Pumpkin 91 is driving the R35 GTR. Bit of confusion with this car actually, because some people think it's a Skyline, but it's actually not a Skyline. It's just a GTR. It's a bit different to how they named the previous R32, R33, R34, and so on. So it went on to R35, and the previous ones were all Skylines. It all said Skyline on the back of the car. But if you notice, this one actually doesn't say Skyline on it. That's because it's actually not a Skyline. The Skyline is a name given to not just the R32, 3 and 4, but previous cars, and also you might be familiar with the Infiniti G35, which is actually a Skyline when it's got a Nissan badge on it. So this one is actually not a Skyline, but it's definitely a wicked car, and it's cool that we've got a rear-wheel drive conversion for it in this game. And I've forgotten the guy's name now. Pumpkin. Alright, Pumpkin. Looks like he's got S787, so pretty high PI, but I think this starts off pretty high, this car anyway, so let's see how he goes. Should be heading into his first run shortly. Looks like from what I can see, although I can't see much, he's running a Hankook design? Yeah. So it looks like a Hankook based design without any Hankook logos. You got the white, orange and black with a bit of grey in there, which is pretty cool. It's an alright design. I'm so overly critical of everyone at the moment. I'm saying people have alright runs and okay designs, but it's not bad. It's not bad. Alright, looks like Pumpkin's going for his first run. Heading up to the end of the 50 roll, flooring it down the straight. A little bit tentative on that entry, but all in all a good line. Oh no, he's gone way wide. I think that might be a 0. It depends how the judges are determining zeros. It might just be straightening up and spinning out, but all 4 wheels off the track could be a 0. Let me just hear from the judges now. And yeah, that's a 0. Unfortunate, but you definitely don't want to get all 4 wheels off the track, because that's going to result in a 0. And you don't want that. So Pumpkin definitely had... it was slightly tentative going into that first corner, but he had such a shallow angle that I think he just made him carry a bit too much speed. Like I said before, if you get tons of angle, then that can really help to scrub off the speed as you're coming into that first corner and help you reach the second clipping point nicely and hit the right line. But yeah, so if I was Pumpkin right now, I'd be going into the second run with just carefully and making sure that I finish the entire run, making sure I get a moderate score, not going all out just because I don't want to make any mistakes. Just making sure that I get a good run and make sure I get to the end. But yeah, should be heading off into his second run shortly. Alright, here we go. Pumpkin heading into the 50 roll, flooring it down the straight. 100 mile per hour entry speed there. Carried a bit more angle there, which helped him scrub some speed. Dropped a wheel, but still continuing the run through the third corner. Incredibly wide on the third corner. He's actually dropped a couple of tyres on the exit of the third corner there. So maybe not the best run, maybe not exactly what the guy was looking for, but at least he completed his second run. So let me just consult with the judges here, find out what Pumpkin got for his second run. Oh, excuse me. Right, just gonna crack open a can of Monster because my throat is getting a bit dry from talking constantly the past hour or so. Ow! For those of you interested, I'm actually drinking the yellow Monster energy drink that says The Doctor on the side. I don't know if I've had one of these before. Ooh, orange flavour. No, actually, I think I have. I definitely tried this one before. I tried it at Gap Bill I actually went to Gapville Rods Kogan this year, and if you were there, I don't know if any of you went there this year, but the Monster Energy guys, if you just go over to their stand there, you could just have free Monster. It was pretty cool. So that was the last time I had that, and it's pretty refreshing actually. It's just like Orangina really. Alright, so scores are in for Pumpkin's second run, and he got a 43. So slightly lower score, not the greatest, but definitely at least he got a score in. We didn't want to see another 0 from him. We haven't had a 0-0 yet, and it doesn't really matter when you get 0 because your best score counts. So that's cool. Pumpkin got his run in, got 43. Let me just see if I can figure out who's up next. Looks like up next is Cryptex Drifter, or it might be Cryptex Drifter. Or is it Cryptex? Or is it Cryptex? I don't know. Let me just see if I can find out what car he's in. Cryptex Drifter is in the PS13, standard S13 Sylvia, not the 240SX that we've seen so far, which is interesting. Looks like he's got a C's Garage livery, which is pretty cool. Alright, Cryptex Drifter goes into his first run. Loads of angle, but it looks like he's actually spun out on that first corner. Looks like he came in with enough aggression and came in a decent line to start with, but he just scrubbed off loads of speed and couldn't recover the angle, so ended up going off course and got a 0 for that run. So that's a 0 for Cryptex Drifter for his first run, but I'm sure, I hope that he'll go in with just as much aggression on his second run, because if he nails that amount of angle going into the first corner, he's going to do well. Alright, going into the second run. Definitely a bit more timid into that first corner. Way offline, but hopefully he can recover a bit into the second and third. Needs to just tuck it in a bit more, tuck it in a bit more, tuck it in a bit more. Alright, coming out of the third corner. That was a fairly decent run. Not outstanding, but at least he got a run in. It's always a bit worrying when you get a 0 on your first run. You always wonder how cautious you need to be just to make sure you finish off your second run and make sure you get a run in, because if you get a 0-0, then you definitely know that you're out of the running. But that's cool. Cryptex Drifter is complete, and I definitely hope he got a decent score with that, because I want to see that livery come back in the top 16s. For those of you who didn't hear earlier, top 16 will be coming. We've got a lot of people qualifying, so we're running over schedule at the moment for what we thought we'd be at. So top 16 will be coming a bit later. We're definitely doing it tonight. We're not waiting until tomorrow. Alright, so Cryptex Drifter got a 48 with that run. So I'm just looking to see who will be next. It looks like next will be Rapid Potter. And that's yet another RX-7. This time a simple yellow design. So Rapid Potter is just doing a few donuts to make sure his tyres are warmed up ahead of his first run. Looks like he's got nothing on that car. It's just yellow. Banana yellow. And actually his driver is in a yellow overall, so that's pretty cool. It's all matching. Even his wheels are yellow. So, Rapid Potter. I wonder if he's a Rapid Potter like pottery. So he makes pots quickly. Or if he's like related to Harry Potter and just is quite fast at doing things. Oh no, looks like he's definitely overcooked it into the first corner, and that's going to be a 0 for that run. I'll let the judges confirm that with me. Yep, definitely a 0. Definitely a 0 on that first run. Looks like the last 3 guys now have had 0s on their first runs. Now the last 2 guys were quite cautious into their second runs just to make sure that they completed them, and as a result have ended up with fairly low scores compared to what the other guys were posting in earlier. So we'll see how Rapid Potter, not decided whether he's a pottery artist and can just do pottery quite quickly, or if he is a descendant of Harry Potter and is just quite rapid in general. And looks like he's done fairly well into that second clip, a little bit wide. And he threw it into that third clip, nearly spun out, and he straightened up a bit. That could be another 0. Oh, and he's just given up on that on the end of that third corner, so I can see that being another 0 for him. So Rapid Potter, yep, and the judges has just confirmed with me that's a 0. Unfortunate, because it looked promising coming into that first corner. Second corner he dropped a tyre, but was still on it, and then just went into that third corner far too aggressive and ended up with tons and tons of angle. Didn't quite spin out, so it wouldn't have been a 0, but then he straightened out afterwards and lost his drift. So that's unfortunate. But next up we've got DSA 420 Meh, which is an interesting gamer tag. So I don't know what DSA stands for. It might be a drift team that I'm not aware of. It probably is. 420 I guess means ganja, and Meh means that he's probably not that bothered about much, which I can relate to. Being not bothered about stuff is a good way to live your life, I'm telling you, man. Because if you just don't worry about stuff, everything becomes a lot easier. And if you 420 blaze it while you're at it, then you got life pretty much sussed. But it looks like Mr. 420 is in a BMW E30 M3. It's definitely a wicked car for drifting. It's like the AE86 of Germany, this car, because it's quite light. It's got really good mechanical handling, and it's really good handling through the corners. It actually works really well as a drift car. So DSA 420 Meh should be heading into his first run shortly. Now I've just heard that in the comments, which I actually don't see the comments, so if any of you are commenting and asking me stuff, then unfortunately I can't see them right now. I might see if I can get them up for the battles to see what you guys are saying. But some of you are asking if the sign-ups are still open, and they're actually closed. They closed just before we started the competition, so unfortunately they are closed. But keep an eye out on Spitsy's YouTube channel and on the Forza forums to see when the next one will be. I'm sure there'll be plenty more where this comes from. So if you're interested in trying out for the next mini drift competition, then by all means have a look on the Forza forums or Spitsy's channel. If you're not subscribed, then please do subscribe to Spitsy's channel, and then you'll definitely know when the next mini drift competition is. If not, you can also sign up for VFD if you like. You head over to the Forza forums. It's being held by one of the judges for tonight's competition, which is Daiguren. His YouTube channel, I believe, is Daiguren240SX. If any of you can like paste a link into the comments for that. Then any of you interested in virtual Formula Drift this year should go ahead and sign up for that. Alright, so while I was talking away there, Mr. 420 went in for his first run, and he got 3 tyre drops, so he's got a 0 there. Alright, so going in for the second run, he's like proper wide going into his second run, and drops the tyre into the second corner, into the third clipping point, and he's again pretty wide. Alright, 420 blaze it, completes his second run. At least he didn't get 3 tyre drops that time, so he should actually get a score rather than a 0, which was his first score. So just waiting on the judges at the moment to just see what his score was for his second run. And looks like 420 got a 59 for his second run. Alright, so we might be coming close to wrapping up this lobby actually. I'm not sure who's left in this lobby that hasn't gone yet. Maybe let me just scroll through here and see who we've got. We had Gingerbread Hose, he was the first guy. We had Mr. Wurstman, he was our German sausage guy. And looks like up next we've got Mike Queen. Oh no, Mike Kwan, sorry. Not Mike Queen. Mike Kwan. And Mike Kwan is actually driving a completely different car to what we've seen so far. He's driving a Monte Carlo Supersport. His PI number is 707, so a decent amount of PI for it as well. And I'm loving the colours that he's got it in as well. Really cool cream colour that really goes with the style of car that he's driving. Heading into the first corner, and he throws this boat of a car into the first corner. Gets a decent first clip. He's way off the second clip, but oh no, he's made a massive correction into the third corner. That could be a detriment to his score there, that big correction into the third corner. It's unfortunate. But I can definitely see potential in his driving there. He's had plenty of aggression going into that first corner. Definitely if he carried a bit more speed through and let the car drift out a bit wider, then he would have got a nice clipping point into the transition. And would have had to probably slow down quite a bit for the third, but it wasn't bad. Definitely not the worst we've seen tonight, and I'm definitely loving his car choice for tonight's competition. Very unique, and it looks really cool actually. Oh, all right, we've got a 46 for his first run. He should be heading off for his second run any second now. Alright, heading out. Totally ignored the 50 roll there. I'm not sure how the judges see that. And it looked like there was a bit of a correction coming into that first corner. Again, way off that second clip. But actually a really nice amount of angle and a decent line through the third corner. Not quite as close to the clipping point as one would like, but not bad. We're definitely consistent, and that's a good trait to have. and pretty unique car that he's got there. So let me just ask the judges what the score was for his second run, and looks like he got a 46, or was that his first run? Oh no, that was his first run, was a 46. So let me just see what he got for his second run, and I'll let you guys know. A 49, so a slight improvement on his first run, but it is just a 49. Now most of the guys tonight have got somewhere around the 60 mark, so it's definitely in the lower end of the scores tonight, but we'll see how the top 16 goes. Alright then, have we got anyone left? Alright, finally in this lobby. I think this is the last qualifying run of this lobby. This is DMI Ace. This is a long time player of Forza and community member on the Forza forums. And I'm not even sure what that car is that he's driving. I'm not the biggest Chevrolet guy. I can't even find him on the sign up list, so I've got no idea. And you guys are probably screaming in the comments, he's driving this, he's driving that. Well, I can't see the comments, so... And I think after DMI Ace, we might only have one more runner, and then we can start getting into the top 16. DMI Ace is running an interesting Falcon livery, and I think actually from what I've seen so far as well, of everyone that's been qualifying so far, it looks like everyone is on the controller, which is interesting. I know some people have invested in the wheels available for the Xbox One. Not the greatest amount of wheels that we've got, but definitely a lot better than the choice we had for the Xbox 360. And although I'd say that it's a mixed bag if you get a wheel for this game. You definitely get a wheel if you're interested in going in on a PC. And DMI Ace is going in for his second run. Really decent line going into the first and second clip, but he's gone quite wide into the third. But he lays down the power coming out the corner, and a nice line to finish up his run. And a 360. Bit of acrobatics. Just to finish up the run there. But yeah, as I was saying, driving with a wheel on this game is a real mixed bag. Not the greatest, not the best, but it's definitely possible. I was trying out last night. I was trying to have a go on 900 degrees of rotation on my wheel, and it was difficult, man. I don't know what it is on this game. People, where you go around the corner and there's like this massive dead zone. I don't know if any of you guys have had any experience of this, but the wheel just you throw it in and it's meant to spin round with the inertia of the car, but it just hits like a dead zone and stops. And it just gives you tons of understeer and you spin out. It's a right pain in the bum. Okay, so DMI Ace gets a 69 for that run. And his first run was a 74. I'm not sure if I told you guys that. So I think that wraps up this lobby. Let me just check with the guys that this is everyone in the lobby done. Right, looks like it's the end of that lobby. So we'll just go through and check who's in the top 16, and we'll be back fairly soon with the battles. All right then. So we've got the second qualifying lobby up and running. So some of you that weren't able to get into the first qualifying lobby, we've got you into the second one. Qualifying is definitely going on for longer than we expected, but we will be doing the top 16 tonight. While we were getting the next qualifying lobby open, I managed to get the live stream up so I can see the chat. So if you've got any comments or shout outs or whatever, or anything that you want to send to me, then I'm on the chat so you guys can communicate me on there. Up next we've got Extreme N64, which is a pretty cool Gamertag again. My Forza's not working. Sorry guys, I can't see anything right now. I don't need to tell Mystified he's a rat. He knows he's a rat. The dude with the white SC300, what was your gamer tag? And I can look through the chat history and find out what your scores were. You're asking me who I think will win? Oh no, he's got a message from Mystified. Mystified's telling me I'm a rat. Yeah, sure. Oh, it's Jalisco. Give me 2 seconds, Jalisco. I'm just going to look for your score. Jalisco, I think you've got a 46 and a 56, from what I can tell. And it looks like we've got the lobby up and running again. So hopefully we should be able to get it underway this time. Not sure what happened there. My game like froze up and we went back to the lobby. So whatevs. If there were more people that signed up that are online and need to qualify, then I think we might do another one. I'll have to double check with Spitsy on that one. I'm not in direct communication with him because he's on Xbox talking, and I'm on a different line to that. So if you signed up before we started and your name is on our list and you're online ready to qualify, then I think we might be able to get you in a lobby after this one. Excuse me. I haven't put the top 16 together yet, so we don't know who the first battle is going to be, but we're just doing a second qualifying lobby at the moment, just giving everyone who signed up a chance to qualify. It's definitely going on a bit longer than I think was expected, so I think... Who was first? Give me a second. Extreme N64 is first up for us with the qualifying runs in this lobby. Extreme N64 is driving a R33 Nissan Skyline. This one actually is a Skyline, unlike the R35, which is not a Skyline. But yeah, we'll get this lobby done, and then if you make sure Spitsy knows that you're online and ready to do another battle, then not another battle, ready to qualify, then we can probably get you in a lobby after this. But I'm not in charge, so we'll see on that one. Alright, so Extreme N64 goes in for his first run. Entering into the first corner. Decent amount of angle. Oh, he's dropped a tyre onto the first corner. Nice on the second clip. Coming around the third corner. He's slightly slower than some others that we've seen tonight. But all in all, it's actually a pretty consistent line through there. Fairly smooth. So I'd say that's a good banker. That's a good banker. So I'd like to see a little bit more aggression coming into the first corner of the second run. The first corner is crucial on this, so just getting the right amount of angle, line, speed, aggression, all that sort of business is what you want to do coming into this section. So it's definitely a good banker. We'll see what the score is from Spitsy when he sends it over to me. Alright, looks like N64 got a 69 for his first run. And he should be heading up for his second run any time now. Alright, so second run underway. Makes his way to the end of the 50 roll, slams his accelerator down, get as much speed as you can going into that first corner. Nice and aggressive into that first corner, decent line, nice on the second clip, and round into the third clipping point. Loads of angle, almost loses it there. There's a bit of a correction, but he managed to keep it going, didn't straighten out, didn't get a zero on that. Definitely a lot more aggression, and that was pretty cool coming into that first corner. Definitely what I was saying earlier, where he got a good banker in, and then on his second run he could just really go for it, and I could definitely tell he did that. So props to you, Extreme N64. That's pretty cool. We'll have to see what the judges thought of it though. Alright, so obviously where that is a 70, so slightly better than the last one. I think into that last corner, that massive correction maybe let down his score slightly. So, but all in all, really good effort though. 69 and a 70 is actually way up there with the other scores that we've seen so far. So like I said before, most of the scores we've seen have been mid to high, or, well, always somewhere between 60 and 70. So you're definitely in the hunt for the top 16. Not sure who's up next. I should be told any second so that I actually know and I can have a look. Handbrake turns. Handbrake turns, you're up next. Alright, so Handbrake turns is in a Ford Escort. I think this is from the Fast and Furious pack, so he's heading into his first run already by the time I've managed to take a look. And oh no, he's gone wide on his second corner and spun out. That's unfortunate, but these things happen, and important thing now is to just shake it off, man. If you're feeling nervous, don't worry about it. It means you want to do well. We like people who want to do well. Shake it off. You can do this. You go into that first corner and you can nail it, I'm sure. But anyway, as you guys can probably tell, that was a 0 for his first run. Heading into the second run now, making his way to the end of the 50 roll. Get some speed up for the first corner. Nice and aggressive, really aggressive into that first corner. Slightly wide on the clipping point, but playing it safe through the second clipping point. And making sure that you can make it to the end of the run. I can definitely say this is slightly safe. Oh no! Oh, that's unfortunate. He spun out on the last corner. I think that might be another 0. And yeah, I can confirm, Spitsy's let me know that it is a 0 for handbrake turn. 0-0. That's unfortunate. These things happen, and hopefully we'll see you in the next one, mate. But yeah, it's just the way the cookie crumbles, I'm afraid. Definitely the right amount of aggression going into those corners there, though. It looked pretty good going into that first corner to start with, but unfortunately just lost it at the end of the last corner. That's really frustrating sometimes. You just, you make it all the way around this course, but just before you can finish it, you lose your control of the car, and it's never mind. And just want to shout out Jeff. Hi Jeff, nice of you to join us. Just gonna try and find out who's next for you guys. Someone's asking whether I would recommend getting this game. Depends what you're in for. Depends what you're after. And depends what sort of setup you got, and whether you played Forza games before or what. So if you got an Xbox One, if you really enjoyed Forza 5, then get this game. It's definitely a step up from Forza 5. If you are more of a PC gamer and you're on the fence about buying an Xbox One, but you've got like Assetto Corsa and iRacing and stuff, then I'd say don't get this game because you'd be disappointed. If you're more of an arcade racer and you want to get into something like this, or you enjoyed Need for Speed and stuff like that, get this game, because I think it'd be a lot of fun, and there's a pretty cool community behind it. So yeah, so it's basically, if you got a controller and you're into some arcade racing, then by all means get this game. But if you're into the more simulation aspects and getting on the PC and having a go on all those sims on there, then you might be slightly disappointed if you don't know what you're getting into with this. Anyway, while I was rambling on there, I actually wasn't told who was up next. So Gainspeed was up next, and he got a 72 on his first run. Sorry, I wasn't commentating on that. I had no idea who was going next. Man's be dropping balls, isn't it? Looks like he's got a 72 on his second run as well. So it's pretty consistent actually, and that's a really good score. So that puts him right at the top of with the good guys that we've had so far. It's a pretty good score from GameSpeed. Let me just see who got up next. Next, please. Ding, 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 ding. Oh yeah, and sorry about the long pauses. I'm sort of trying to keep an eye on the chat and keep an eye on what's going on in the lobby, make sure I know who's next and all that jazz. So there's a lot for me to have a look at. It looks like up next is Select Veeps. I think I've seen you in the comments on the stream, mate. So best of luck, man. You can do this. Don't be nervous. Like I said a couple of times before, nerves mean you want to do good, which is cool. It looks like he's in a Camaro. A pretty cool wide body kit that he's got on that Camaro by the looks of it. He should be heading off to his first run pretty soon. And off he goes up to the end of the 50 roll. Plenty of speed going into the first corner. Nice and smooth entry. All right onto the first clip. Nice on the second clip. And a really smooth transition and good angle into the third clipping point. Really nice on the third clipping point. And really smooth coming out of the last corner. I'm going to have a look at his telemetry because that... It might be still controller actually. I don't know. It might be a controller. It was really smooth though, really smooth inputs from Veeps. I don't know what he was so nervous for, man. It was definitely a really good run, and definitely a really good banker as well. I'd say that he should be proud of that, and should be able to go all out into his second run because he's got a really good banker. And that's an 84 on his first run. I think that's actually one of the best we've had tonight. So well done, man. Let me just check it up against what else we've had tonight, because I think that might be the best score. Alright, that puts him second, guys. Second behind Mystified. So that is a really good score. Definitely go all guns blazing into this next run, man. Let's see, into this 50 roll. Plenty of speed going into that first corner. Nice and smooth. Could be slightly better on that first clip. Perfect on the second clip. Nice and smooth, loads of angle. Perfect clipping point on the third clip. That's very similar to his previous run. Maybe slightly more scruffy, but you know, really consistent as well, which is promising for the battles, guys. I could see some cool battles going down if we're getting that sort of quality of drifting going down right now in qualifying. Really nice runs there, Veeps. Just waiting on the score for the second run. That's a 79. Veeps gets 79 for his second run. Like I said, it wasn't quite as clean as his first run. But up next we've got III Red. I'm just going to call him Red. And I think On the sign up form, it said he was going to be driving an AE86, but it looks like he's in the little Gen 3 MX5 race car. I've not even tried this one yet, actually. It might be quite good. And he's not. There's someone else lining up. What the hell? I've just been told red is next, but like someone else is lined up at the start line. Who is it, Red or Austin? Tell me. Well, it looks like Austin is going for his first run. Coming into the first corner, nice and aggressive, loads of angle. Keeping the line tidy with a slight correction into the first corner. That's hampered his line into the second clip slightly, but he's managed to keep it together for the third clipping point. Rounds it out nice and smoothly into the end of the run. You could see there, I don't know if you could spot that on the live stream, but there was a slight correction into the first clipping point just to make sure he didn't drop any tyres, and that slowed him down slightly, and that meant that he didn't quite reach the second clipping point just as much as he could have. Otherwise, that would have been a really, really, really good run. So I've been told that red was supposed to go then, which is why I was like, why is someone else lining up? And apparently Austin wasn't supposed to go, but oh well. He actually put in a pretty decent run, so I hope they're judging him on that. I know it looks like red is lined up, so I'm gonna have a look at what he's up to. Yeah, red's lined up in his MX5 ready to go. Oh, and Verseman, you're in the chat. Oh, you're Austrian. See, I knew it was German or Austrian or something. And I think I was right in Verst being sausage. Alright, red's going for his first run. Reaches the end of the 50 roll. Throws it into that first corner. Not quite as quick as we've seen before, but plenty of angle. Corrects his line slightly too much there and doesn't really get the greatest line through the transition zone. Slightly off the clipping point and through the third corner. Maybe not the greatest run that you'd hope for, but definitely a banker run. Hopefully we see a bit more consistency into the second run, because he's definitely got the right amount of speed coming into that run and the right amount of angle to get the right sort of line going in there. So we'll see how he does in that second run. I'm just going to check with the guys and see if... Oh, and red gets a 0 for that one. I guess that's because he straightened up midway through that. I was wondering if he was going to get penalised with that, and he actually got a 0 for that, which is unfortunate. But definitely the potential's there, so let's see how he does in his second run. Loads of speed coming into it. Tons of angle. Oh, he nearly lost it there, but kept it together. Slightly off the clipping points as he goes through. And again, slightly off his clipping point again on the last corner. But there's nothing particularly wrong with his angle, and the line was consistent at least. It wasn't on all the clipping points, but I mean, when you get a 0 on the first run, that is how to attack your second run. That is how you attack it. That's pretty cool. It's definitely pretty close to the edge on that first corner. He pulled in so much angle there that he nearly spun out. But we'll see what the judges think of that. Not a bad run at all. And the judges give that a 64. So decent. Could have been better on the clipping points and slightly more consistent through the line. But yeah, that gets read a 64. Let me just see who's up next. Okay, JSI Austin is next. So now that Red's finished, JSI Austin can go ahead and do his first run. So I guess that run he did earlier that was actually pretty good doesn't count because he went when he wasn't supposed to. So so we'll see how he does on this one. Judging by the sort of non-run that he did earlier, we should see a decent score from JSI Austin here. He's actually driving a Buick Regal, for those of you that don't recognise the car. Coming out the 50 roll, he's gone into there with slightly less speed than I've seen from other people actually. Nice and consistent in that line, just like it was before. He's really smooth on his steering inputs by the looks of it. Very smooth line. A nice angle coming through there. Very nice, very nice. Nice and smooth there from JSI Austin. I would make a guess that he's a wheel drifter, judging by the look of his inputs, which is an advantage, but that some might say it's an advantage anyway. But yeah, it's definitely delivered a really nice smooth line through the course. Lots of angle, lots and lots of angle, and we'll see what the judges think of that. Should be getting a score any second now, and it's an 88. All right, so Austin gets an 88. I think that might be the best score that we've got tonight, because I think what's his face, Mystified got a 87, and Veeps, what did Veeps get? Veeps got an 84, so Austin with an 88 is just edging out Mystified. Let's see what he does in his second run. With such a good score in his first run, he can really go for it now, so let's see what he can do. Coming into the first corner, looks like he's been a bit more aggressive on that entry, and it's cost him a little bit on that second clipping point. It wasn't quite as close, and he's gone a little bit too fast into the third clipping point and gone a bit wide. So I don't know if that would be quite as good of a score. He definitely went for it into that first run, into that second run even. Seeing as his first run was such a good score, it definitely gives you the opportunity to really go for it and explore the limits of what's capable, of what you're capable of anyway, going into your second run. So that's always nice when you're getting a nice solid run for your first run. And it's definitely two really nice runs. So we've definitely got some really good competition up at the top of the table at the moment. And I'm looking forward to seeing those battles. There's going to be some really competitive battles between some of the top guys in this competition. Alright, so Austin gets an 86 on that one. So yeah, really consistent, really high scores. It'd be interesting to see how he does in the battles. Now I think that is everyone for this lobby, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just check with Spitsy and see if there's any other lobbies going on after this. I believe there was someone in the chat that said that they needed to qualify and haven't been invited to a lobby yet, or there might have been someone else who couldn't join this lobby. Just, you can mention to me in the chat. I know Spitsy can hear me, and he should be able to get you guys sorted out of the lobby, so long as you signed up. All right, so I'm hearing word that there are a couple of guys who need to qualify still. So we're going to get another lobby set up, I believe, and get those guys qualified. And then we will have a top 16 to sort out. And I'll let you know as soon as I know what the top 16 is. I will convey that to you guys. At the moment, from what I've seen, we've got 3 guys way up the top that are in the 80s, which was Veeps, Mystified, and JSI Austin. And those 3 guys, I'm going to be interested to see how they do in the battles. Right, I'll be back in just a second. Just to answer a couple of things going through the chat, just as I'm looking at now. I can't reveal the top 16 now, seeing as not everyone's gone yet. So if I told you the top 16 and then a couple of people qualified and got really, really good scores, then I would have just lied to you. So I'm not going to tell you what the top 16 is right now until we're done with qualifying. And just to clarify that sign-ups closed before we started. So we're not just letting everyone who just cottoned onto this just to get in and qualify last minute. We'd rather that you did sign up a week in advance. I think with the next one, we might plan it a bit more in advance and close sign-ups a bit in advance to the competition going ahead. So yeah. So we should be getting away with this next lobby. I don't know how many people are meant to be in here, but I'm just going to make sure I'm ready to spectate. So we're just doing this last lobby just to get the last couple of guys who signed up and were ready to get qualified, because we had so many people that we couldn't fit everyone in one lobby. Then we got the second lobby together and some people had some issues joining, so now we're in a third lobby just to get everyone who signed up qualified, because that's only fair. And then we'll be able to get the top 16 bracket together for you, and we'll let you know what that is. For those of you that are interested, I think we had 30-something people sign up. I don't think I have the full list in my possession. I have most of everyone, but I don't have the most up-to-date list, unfortunately. But yeah, so I think it was in the 30s. So that means that we can't get everyone in one lobby. Hence why we're in our third lobby at the moment. We could have done it in two, but I think some people had some issues joining. So we're just sorting out the last lobby, getting the last people who need to qualify. Just getting those done, and then we'll be away, and I'll get on the guys for giving me a top 16 and making sure I know what the top 16 is, and then I can relay that to you guys, and we know what's going on. So yeah. All right, so lobby's underway, and CS Akihiro CS Akihiro will be going first. It looks like CS Akihiro is in a PS13. Nice simple blue color. Looks like it's a nice metallic color. And we'll just get the guys to make their way around to the start area, and then we'll get this lobby underway. We'll try and get it done nice and quickly so that we can get the ball rolling here. So just having a look at the chat on YouTube, and just to clarify, we got as many people as we could into that first lobby. That wasn't everyone, and those that didn't manage to get into the first lobby were still around while we were trying to do qualifying, and we got them into the second lobby. There were some people that had connections issues into the second lobby. So now we've made a third lobby for those guys because they couldn't get into the second lobby, and we just wanted to get on with it. So we're still adhering to the rules. We're still only letting people who signed up have a go at qualifying, only the people that signed up in time. And those people that are qualifying were still around when we're trying to qualify people. So, and we can't just stop qualifying within the time that we thought it was going to happen, because that's not fair on the people that are around to qualify. So just clarifying. All right, so first run. Coming into the first corner, that's really aggressive into the first corner, and really nice on that clipping point. Could have been a bit closer on the second clipping point, but nice, swings it round to the third clipping point. Slightly off the third clipping point, could have been slightly better there. But I think that was actually a really good first run, definitely a good banker. So we'll see what Akihiro can do on his second run. Should be pretty good. This is another one where you get a good banker in, and you know that you've done well, so then you can just really go for it in that second run. So we'll see how he does. Alright, so second run for Akihiro. Coming into that first corner, really aggressive. I think it was even more aggressive than last time. And looks like he's straightened up completely. That could have been a slight distraction from the other player that was driving along the inside clipping point for the first corner. Not sure what the judge is going to do about that, because if he claims that he straightened up because he was worried that the guy was going to interfere in his run, then not sure what they're going to do there. They might decide to let him have another go. But to be honest, he got a really good first run in, and his first run, by the way, was a 79. So you know, that is a really good score for his first run. So I think his second run might end up being a 0, because I thought he straightened up coming into that second clipping point. But we'll see what the judges say. I haven't heard anything yet. All right, he got a 62. So his first run still stands. He got a 79, and we'll see who's up next. So up next we've got No Hype, who's in a Camaro again. He should be getting his run underway shortly. We want to get this wrapped up. So No Hype's doing a few donuts, just to make sure he's got his tyres up to temperature before he goes ahead and does his first run. Alright, so No Hype's lining up for his first run. I'm going to comment on this as best as I can, but he's lagging all over the place for me. I don't know how it looks for you guys on the stream, but yeah, I'll do my best. Alright, so No Hype goes for his first run, coming out the 50 roll, throws it into the first corner. Whoa, that looks like all 4 tyres off the road after that first corner entry. That was a pretty timid entry into that first corner, and then he sort of straightened up, caught too much speed, couldn't keep it on the track. So it's unfortunate. It looks like there might be a bit of nerves coming into play there, which can be the case quite a lot when you're competing in a little tournament, even if it's like your first time or whatever. I mean, I know that definitely happened for me. The first time I went into a drift battle, that was way back on Forza 2. We had an inter-team drift battle in the old team that I was in on Forza 2, and it's like proper nerve-wracking going into your first deal with this sort of thing. So looked like there was a bit of nerves there. Definitely lagging all over the place. I'm not sure how it looks for you guys on the stream, because I can't see the stream right now, but it's definitely a bit all over the place for me. But yeah, he'll be going into his second run. This is No Hype with his second run. So hopefully, when you don't have the best of first runs, you're always a bit anxious about your second run. So hopefully you can just sort of play it cool, take a deep breath, and go in there with all you got, and deliver us a pretty consistent first run, and we'll see what he gets. And I have no idea what he's doing, because his car just went across to the other side of the map for me. So oh, okay, he's coming out the third corner now. I have no idea what he did for the first and second corner, because he was somewhere else. So he's gone through the third corner, and I just heard from the judges that that's another 0, and he's too laggy to be able to participate as well. So it's unfortunate. Perhaps he's just in a part of the world where internet speeds are just not that good to America, where the servers are, but that's unfortunate. maybe some investment on a better internet connection might be possible, but it's not always easy for everyone. But thanks for participating, man. I think that's everyone now. Let me just check, make sure that is everyone. All right, so I can confirm that battles will start in 15 minutes. Spitsy's just going to get together brackets now, and as soon as I know what the brackets are and I know who's qualified and who is against who, I will go through it with you guys as soon as I know. But battles will start in 15 minutes. So just watch this space, and as soon as I know, I will let you guys know. All right, testing, testing. Just making sure that you guys can still hear me in the chat. So Spitsy has just posted into the chat the brackets. You guys can track the brackets via the link that he's posted into the chat. And just for those of you who might not be able to get to that link, I'm going to just read through the top 16. So first, well, just going to go through them in first to last, basically. So first we had JSI Austin. Then second we had SO Mystified. Third we had Relapse. Fourth we had Select Veeps. Fifth we had CS Akihiro, sorry. And sixth we had Mr. Verstman. Seventh is DMI Ace. Eighth is Gain Speed. Ninth is Up Yours Primark. And 10th got Extreme N64. 11th was Gingerbread Hose. And 12th we got Aaron Baruba. Sorry if I'm butchering your name. And 13th we got DSI Logics. 14th was Red. And 15th was Pablo Smith. And 16th was Karen. So if you guys are listening to the live stream and you can access the brackets in the live stream, Spitsy's pasted a link. You can also keep that link open. I think these brackets will automatically update as Spitsy updates them as we go through the battles. Otherwise, I'll keep you posted, and obviously you can watch the live stream to see the results. But yeah, that's the top 16. If you guys are listening, make sure you're online, ready to receive your invites for the battles. Should be getting the battles on the way pretty soon here. Alrighty then, looks like we've got the lobby together for the top 16. I think we've still got a couple more people to get into the lobby, and we'll be underway very shortly. And I believe the battles will go first to last as they appear on the bracket. That'll be the easiest way to go through them. So if you can see the bracket, you can see what order we're doing them in. But for those of you that can't get the bracket open, I shall open it up now and tell you that first up we have JSI Austin against Karen, or III Karen III, as I was saying earlier. Looks like we're still waiting on a couple of people to get into the lobby. We haven't got everyone yet. So I'm just going to run through the top 16 for those of you that missed it just now. So first we had JSR Austin. Second was SO Mystified. Third was Relapse. Fourth was Select Veeps. Fifth was CS Akihiro. Sixth was Mr. Verstman. Seventh was DMI Ace. Eighth was Gain Speed. Ninth was Up Yours Primarch. 10th was Extreme N64. 11th was Gingerbread Hose. 12th was Aaron Baruba. And 13th was DSI Logics. 14th was III Red. 15th was Pablo Smith. And 16th was III Karen III. So yeah, the idea of the battles is we'll put the first guy against the 16th guy, second guy against the 15th guy, and so on and so forth until we arrive at a top 8, and then we'll go through to the final 4, and then we'll have the bronze match and the final. Now, thanks to Forza having up to 24 people in a lobby, we can actually fit everyone into one lobby. So we're just making sure that we got everyone, and then we'll get it underway. Alrighty, guys. So we have finally got the battle lobby up and running. I think we've got 2 people missing, from what I've heard, and I'm not sure exactly who they were because I wasn't actually looking at who was in there. And I'm just checking whether or not they are still allowed to join at some point. Alright, 2 guys that haven't shown up are now disqualified, so that means that those that were scheduled to be battling against the guys that haven't turned up are going to get a bye, and they go through to the top 8. We're not doing any reserves or anything like that. If people don't show up, then their opponent just goes through automatically. Alrighty then, so we're going to be getting on with the first battle of this lobby. We've got JSI Austin versus Karen. So we should be getting this battle underway really soon. I can see that the guys are just getting their tyres warmed up, ready for the battle. The rest of the competitors are all lined up very neatly along the side of the track. So JSI Austin obviously killed it in the qualifying runs. He had some really consistent qualifying runs, which meant that he got pretty much the same score each time. But he would be going up against Karen, or III, Karen III. I don't know how I'm supposed to say it really. I don't get all this I's and O's before and after shit. It's not the way I do things really. But anyway, we're just about ready to get underway. The guys are lined up, ready to start the first battle of tonight. I know it's been slightly longer than was planned, guys, and thank you for staying tuned into the live stream and staying with us. But now we can get into the proper meat of tonight and get the battles underway. I'm looking forward to certainly the battles that we get deeper into it. But here we go into the 50 roll and send it into the first corner. We've got a nice chase one actually. Oh, it looks like he's straightened up a bit though. And Karen's gone really wide into that second corner. And now we can see the lead car is just pulling away slowly but surely. That Buick Regal is laying its power down really nicely. It shows you what happens when you're nice and smooth on your steering. You can really pull away that gap and get a really smooth line through the course. So at the moment, JSI Austin has the advantage into the second run. The guys will make their way back to the start line and get ready for their second run. I wish we could have some sort of instant replay for you guys so I could sort of talk you through the run again. But basically what happened was Karen had a little bit of a gap to start with where he could have been a bit closer to Austin at the start of the run from the 50 roll. Perhaps if your opponent is getting a bit of a jump on you on the 50 roll, then you can jump the 50 roll slightly to make sure that you stay with them. But yeah, and then there was a really shallow line from Karen going into the first corner, which just lost him a bit of that gap, and he went a bit wide. So JSI Austin's definitely got the advantage going into the second run. And here they go into the first corner. Karen's nice and aggressive there. There's actually quite a big gap between the two, and now Austin's really laying on the pressure coming into the last corner, and Karen's gone a bit too hairy into the last corner and almost lost it there and went almost all the way off the track. And I think JSI Austin had to really back out of it there just to make sure that there wasn't some serious contact. So there's definitely some deliberation there for the judges. They need to start thinking about how Austin handled following Karen there, but I think it was suitably aggressive, and probably the result that you guys can predict is probably going to be what the end result is. Okay, so I can confirm that Austin gets the win. And up next is Gain Speed versus Up Yours Primark. Now these guys qualified 8th and 9th, so they're right in the middle where we get from 116 to 15. You get right to the middle, you get 8th and 9th. So this should be a close battle between the two. And Gain Speed is going to be leading first in his Mustang, with Up Yours Primark in his M3 just behind. So we should be getting the first run underway very shortly. But yeah, just to clarify, Austin gets the win on the first battle. Alright, so first run in this second battle of the day. Looks like Up Yours Primark hit the brakes just as they were exiting the 50 roll there. Probably worried about rear-ending Gain Speed, but looks like he's pulling back a little bit of gap there all the way through, following Gain Speed line through the last corner, but then losing a bit of the gap there. That was interesting actually. I wonder how much Up Yours Primark lost the gap there, just from where he just touched the brakes slightly coming out the 50 roll. Not sure why he did that, but I think it would be interesting to see how Gain Speed follows him through the next run, because it looked like he had a bit more speed going through the course there. So it'd be interesting to see how he handles it when he's behind someone who's slightly slower than him, especially seeing as he's in that Mustang that's got tons of grip, and that can be slightly different and quite problematic when you're right behind someone who's going slightly slower than you and you've got tons of grip to try and control. Alright, so the guys are ready to head off into their second run. I think the judges are just going over the scores and making sure they know who's got the advantage going into the second run. Just waiting on the judges to finish their deliberation before we head into the second run. Alright, so the guys are just starting their second run. Looks like they're a bit unsure of what they're doing there, but now they've got the 50 roll underway and heading into the first corner. Again, there's a bit of a gap going into the first corner, and Gain Speed has a massive correction going into there, but is now caught right up to Up Yours Primark. Slightly messy entry into the third corner, but they round it off out of the third corner nice and smoothly. Looked like there was quite a lot of change of the gap between the cars there, and the guys were making a lot of adjustments to account for that. Just because the guys, as they were going into the first corner, there was a big adjustment from Gain Speed. But I think up in front, as I was looking at that, there was a bit of an adjustment going on, and a bit of tyre drop from Up Yours Primark, which then brought Gain Speed right up behind him, and he then had to adjust his speed to make sure he didn't plough straight into the back of Up Yours Primark. And I'm just getting news from the judges that will go to a one more time, so they couldn't decide between them for those two runs, so they will go into a one more time where they'll swap round again, and we'll have two more runs to try and determine a winner. So Gain Speed will lead and Up Yours Primark will be following. Looks like Up Yours Primark is just taking a second just to arrive at the start line. Right, we'll see how he does out of the 50 roll, because he seemed to gain a bit of gap out of the 50 roll in that second run there. So in the first run he seemed to tap the brakes slightly coming out the 50 roll, so it'd be interesting to see if he can use his advantage there. Oh, he does it again. He just hit the brakes ever so slightly, and now he's got a bit of a gap coming into the first corner, He's got a nice clipping point, following the line of gain speed. Making sure he didn't tap the back of him there, that was nice. Nice control. Nice following gain speed line there, although they were way offline on the third corner. And he's pulled in the gap coming out of the third corner, which was really nice. There's a really nice control shown there from Upyour's Primarch, just to make sure you didn't get too close to gain speed, as the speed through the corner wasn't quite as smooth as he would have liked. So he's just making little adjustments all the way through, and just seeing that, this is quite good. You can see the skill that goes into making sure that you make a good tandem run. So the guys are just going to go back to the start line now and make their way back there and get ready for their second run. Now, this is a one more time for those of you that missed that. So they will flip round once again, and Upyour's Primarch will lead. Gain speed will follow. Now, again, into that run, out of the 50 roll, it looked like Upyour's Primarch just tapped the brakes just to make sure that you didn't hit gain speed. Just a small bit of advice: if you ever find yourself in that situation where you're worried about rear-ending someone out of a 50 roll, just don't sit right behind them. Go just to the left of them or something like that, just to make sure that you're alongside rather than right behind, so you don't have so much of a worry of rear-ending someone. But here they go into the last run. And it looks like Upyour's Primarch really pulls away out of that 50 roll. Gain speed does a really nice entry there, pulls it right back in, and then loses him slightly out of that second clip. Hopefully he can keep it nice and tight, nice and clean through the third corner. Really nice, really nice and smooth out of that corner. Really nice proximity from gain speed through that run. He lost him a little bit through the second clipping point, but I think gain speed did really well to follow Upyour's Primarch through there. And I can confirm from the judges, gain speed gets the win. So gain speed will be continuing on to the next round, and we'll be going up against Jezi Austin. So up next we've got Select Veeps and DSI Logics. I think I saw in the chat that Select Veeps said this was his first competition, so he's pretty talented by what I've seen so far. So let's see how well he does against DSI Logics in the next battle. And the guys should be making their way to the start line. For those of you interested, Select Veeps will be leading first, and DSI Logics will be following. Alright, so Logics and Veeps are just getting ready to commence their battle. Just making their way to the start line. This is the time where the drivers start focusing, start sort of going through their minds what they're going to be doing through the battle. Warming up their tyres, shaking off any nerves. Because it is quite nerve-wracking when you're sitting there and you know people are watching, people are judging you as you go around this course, and you just got to do your best. And it takes some experience to be able to block that feeling out and not get too nervous. Alright, so it looks like the guys have done some tyre warm-ups and they're getting ready. I believe DSI Logics will be following first, although let me just confirm that. They might eventually get to do their battle if they're done warming up their tyres. So I might as well say next is CS Akihiro and Aaron Baruba. If you guys need to warm up your tyres before you do your battle, can you do it before your battle, please? Alright, so the guys are heading over to the start line, ready to commence their first run. So this is Select Veeps, followed by DSI Logics. Select Veeps in that big chunky Camaro, and DSI Logics in the light nimble RX-7. Sorry guys, not sure what the hold up is here. Just trying to find out what's going on. I was kind of expecting these guys to get on with their battle by now, but it's not happening. Alright, so finally, Select Veeps versus DSI Logics. Oh, looks like Logics rear-ended Veeps in that 50 roll, and it's left the gap huge as they're going into the first corner. But it looks like Veeps has got a nice smooth line through the corners, and Logics is trying to make up the gap. Oh, he's gone really wide into the third corner. That's going to really cost him some points going into the second run. All in all, I don't think Veeps did anything wrong there. He just, 50 roll is a 50 roll. And like I said before, it's always best to sort of go to the side of your opponent during a 50 roll, so you're not too worried about rear-ending them as you're going through there. But it looked like there was some contact in the 50 roll, which caused quite a large gap as they went into the first corner. So Veeps went into the first corner nice and smoothly, went through the run as we saw in his qualifying run, really. A nice smooth run. And you could see Logics was pulling him in by taking a slightly shallower angle and really going for it. But in the end he did overshoot the third corner. But now they will swap around, and Veeps will follow DSI Logics on their second run. As soon as they get the all clear, and off they go. Off on the 50 roll, Veeps realised he had a bit of a gap going there and pulled it back in for the 50 roll. And you can see he's having to make lots of adjustments for Logic's line there. It was a bit off on the first corner. Keeping a bit of a distance for the second and third corners there, Veeps, but I think that's fair enough. It's still nice and smooth, still hit all the clipping points. It looked like coming into that first corner, Logic's made a bit of an adjustment, took a slightly wrong line, and that meant that Veeps had to make a huge adjustment to take avoiding action, and then had to adjust his line for that. And I can confirm from the judges that Veeps has taken the win. So that sends Veeps into the top 8, and the next battle will determine who will be up against him So the next battle is CS Akihiro and Aaron Barub. Akihiro qualified 5th and Aaron qualified 12th. So to start with, Akihiro will lead and Aaron will follow, and then they'll swap it around for their second run. Alright, so looks like we've got a battle between two S13s in this round. So we've got Akihiro in the blue PS13 and Aaron Barub in the white and purple RPS13 or 240SX. They should be getting their first run underway any minute now. And the winner of this will go on to face Select Veeps in the top 8. Alright, so they're starting their first run into the 50 roll. Throwing it into that first corner. It looked like Aaron Barub took a weird line into that first corner, really shallow. It's left him in almost no man's land through the second corner. Can he bring back that proximity through the third? It looks like they're about the same, so that was a bit of a weird first line that he took into that first corner. Maybe he just wanted to make sure there was enough room for Akihiro to enter properly, but I would have liked to see a bit more aggression coming into that first corner to be right on his door. It looked like they're fairly similar sort of speed to each other as they're going through the course, so if Akihiro can make sure that he's on this guy's door going into the first corner, looks like that we could have a more entertaining battle on our hands here. But I think to start with, Aaron just came into that first corner with the wrong line, and it just left him with a bit of a disadvantage for the rest of the course. Regardless, they'll line up and get ready for their next run, with Aaron leading and Akihiro following. We should be underway any second now. Alright, so the second run is underway. Make their way to the end of the 50 roll. Looks like Akihiro's left a huge gap coming into the first corner, but he's thrown it into that first corner really aggressively and made up quite a lot of that gap. Will he be able to make any more of it up through the third corner? Yeah, he's slowly reeling Aaron in, slowly reeling him in. He had a slightly better line through that third corner as well, so that I think that will all play into his advantage there. He left quite a large gap though into the first corner. Maybe these two are just being slightly cautious in their first battles here this evening, just to make sure that they don't make any silly mistakes. But I'll just consult with the judges, see how they're getting on, and see who gets the win. Can confirm that Akihiro gets the win. Akihiro gets the win. So that means that CS Akihiro will be up against Select Veeps in the top 8. Alright, so up next we have SO Mystified against Pablo Smith. So SO Mystified qualified second with a pretty smooth run in his Camaro, so be interested to see how Pablo reacts to that and how he manages to follow. His first run where he's following Mystified is going to be really important to make sure he lays down a really good run and lays his mark on this battle. Could be a bit of an uphill battle, seeing as he is up against the number 2 qualifier. But let's see how it goes. So SO Mystified will be leading and Pablo Smith will be following. Alright, so the first run is underway, making their way to the end of the 50 roll. And you can see the power difference between the two cars here. That Camaro just left the S13 in the dust. Looks like SO Mystified is also executing a pretty solid lead run there. I'm not sure Pablo Smith had much to offer in against Mystified there. But it was always going to be the way, really, when you put someone who's qualified way up the top with a massive score and has this consistent line. He's driving a Camaro which has got loads of horsepower and loads of grip, and then you get the 15th place qualifier up against him. You know, I think it all just started coming out of that 50 roll. The Camaro just pulled right away from the S13. You can really tell the power difference between the two cars here. But they will line up for their second run. Pablo Smith will go ahead and be leading, and SO Mystified will be following. It's still all up for grabs here. Mystified could make a huge mistake coming into the corner. Pablo could leave him in the dust. He could really grip up through the first corner. All depends on what goes down in this run. So here they go into the first corner. Pablo, nice entry. Mystified's holding his line behind Pablo, trying to make sure he doesn't close it too aggressively. Following Pablo's line. Oh no, and Pablo spun. That's unfortunate. Pablo will get a 0 for that. I think the answer is probably quite obvious, but I need to just consult the judges. Yeah, it's official. Mystified gets the win. Alright, so up next we have... Oh yeah, up next was going to be DMI Ace versus Extreme N64. But I believe DMI Ace is absent, so Extreme N64 will get a bye. And he will be up against SO Mystified in the next round, in the top 8. And actually, I think the next battle was going to be between Relapse and Red. And I think Red didn't show up either. So those are our 2 no-shows. So we'll get Extreme N64 and Red will go ahead into the top 8. Which means our next battle will be Mr. Verstman and Gingerbread Hose. Mr. Verstman qualified 6th and Gingerbread Hose qualified 11th. So Mr. Verstman will be leading and Gingerbread Hose will be following first. I'm just cycling through, and I can't see gingerbread hose. Right. So on my screen, gingerbread hose doesn't exist. This could be a bug. So I'm not sure if I can commentate on this, but it looks like Versman's taken a really nice line through the course so far. Oh, okay. So it wasn't a bug. I thought he was invisible or something, but I just consulted with Spitsy, and it seems that gingerbread hose, um, something happened with his Forza or his Xbox or something, and something froze, and he left the lobby. So we're just going to see if gingerbread hose can connect back to the lobby. If he can, then we will try and continue with him. But if he can't connect back, then unfortunately we'll have to skip this battle as well, and First Man will get the bye. So give us a second. We're just going to see if we can get hold of gingerbread hose, and then we'll move forward. All right, so we're just seeing if we can get gingerbread hose into the lobby so that he can participate in the battles, as some kind of issue happened with his console or his Forza or something, and he got kicked out of the lobby. So if we can get him back in, then we'll get him to battle Mr. Verseman, the sausage dude. Just taking a look in the chat quickly, and it seems that Zach Jones likes penis. There are lots of people in this world that like penis, you know. And liking penis is cool, man. You like penis if you want. The only penis I seem to like is mine, personally. But if you like other people's penises, you're quite fond of them yourself, then, you know, that's up to you. That's cool, man. Right, let me just check in with Spitsy, see how our hunt for gingerbread hose is going. You could probably see it in the stream. You can see him trying to get the guy in here. So we're just working on that. All right, so looks like the dude's in. So we're going to back out, get him in here, get him to battle versus man. Seeing as this is an issue that wasn't really his fault, we can't really like DQ him, and we can't disqualify him and not give him a chance to try and connect. And for some reason, I can't flip in exit spectate mode because this game is buggy as hell. Okay. All right, we'll get this lobby started again. Hopefully we don't lose anyone this time, and we'll try and get through these battles swiftly. So our next battle is Mr. First Man versus Gingerbread Hose. We've got them both in the lobby now. Just need everyone to back out, please. All right, sorry for the delay, guys. I'm just trying to get Gingerbread Hose in for his battle. And some of you might have noticed that someone else has turned up who missed their battle. So I'm just checking to see if he's going to get his battle, or if because he got the buy, because the buy's already happened, he might not get his battle. So I'm just checking. All right, so just to confirm, some of you might have noticed that I Red joined up, but he missed his battle. So because we already gave the buy, he can't take his battle now. Thing is, with Gingerbread Hose, is that battle hadn't even started, and he got disconnected by his game. He was in the game, ready to go. So we're just trying to get his battle sorted, and then we'll be able to continue on to the top 8. I've just seen a couple of you guys talking about the F1, the qualies this morning. I don't know if you guys are in the same time zone as me or anything, but it's like proper early in the morning for me to watch it this morning. Any of the UK guys or Europe guys woke up nice and early to watch the Japanese Grand Prix in the morning? UK represent. I'm going to set my alarm, I think. Set an alarm for stupidly early and then snooze on it for ages until it starts to get a bit late and the race is about to start, and then I'll force myself to get out of bed. Sam, are you watching it on the BBC or Sky? Because, like, BBC all the way. Sky for the win. I mean, BBC is live this weekend, so, like, yeah. but I don't think my parents would want to pay for Sky, so we ain't getting that. Brundle and Crofty are cool commentators. Definitely cooler than DC is. DC's a bit of a turd in the commentator box. He's still better than me, but never mind. Anyway, we are going to get the final top 16 battle underway. Then we'll go top 8. Then we'll go top 4. And from the top 4, we can then find our finalists. Man, you think? Man, I don't know if Button would go to the BBC. I think he's too cool for the BBC. He's a wicked dude. Oh man. There we go. My buttons won't let me select Gingerbread Hose. But we're going to have Mr. Verstman versus Gingerbread Hose. Gingerbread Hose's car is about twice the size of Verstman's car. It's mental. Looks like they had a bit of a false start there. Alright, so the first run is underway. Not sure if Verstman did the 50 roll there. Looked like there was a huge gap that opened up through the 50 roll. And Gingerbread Hose has stopped and turned around. Not sure what's going on there. Looks like they're going again because the 50 roll wasn't adhered to. Alright, so going once more. And there's another huge gap after the 50 roll, but looks like we're going for it anyway. Gingerbread Hose trying to pull in that gap. Looks like Verstman dropped a tyre on the second clip. And Gingerbread Hose drops a tyre on the third clip. But all in all, we did pull in the gap a little bit. Looks like there's just some miscommunication going on there with the 50 roll. The idea of the 50 roll is just to try and keep you guys close coming into the first corner, so we don't get too much of a gap build up just from drag racing to the first corner. But yeah, just make sure that like you guys ready to go when you about to do your battle. Just say, you ready? Yep, I'm ready. Let's go. And then you go ahead. Make sure you adhere to the 50 roll to give the guy behind you a chance to keep up with you. And then you can go ahead and do the battle. But the guys are going to swap round, and Mr. Verstman, Sausage Dude, is going to be following Gingerbread Hose. Should be getting the second run underway here shortly. Alright, here we go. Off to the 50 roll. And Mr. Verstman keeping that 50 roll nice and tight. Into the first corner. Slightly cautious entry from Verstman, but it's controlled as well. Really controlled. Nice and right on his tail. Oh, and there was contact. Not sure what that contact had. It looked like it affected the Verstman a lot more than it did Gingerbread Hose. I'm just wondering if lag had anything to do with that, because typically if someone hits your rear quarter while you're drifting, you're going to spin out, but it looked like it just slowed Verstman up loads. So not sure what exactly happened there, whether it was contact, but I'll see what's happening with the judges and what happened exactly. Alright, so I can confirm that was contact, it wasn't lag, and Gingerbread Hose gets the win. Alright, so the top 8 is going to be first JSI Austin versus Gain Speed, then it would be Select Veeps versus Akihiro, then it would be Mystified versus Extreme N64, and then it would be Relapse versus Gingerbread Hose. So our first battle of the top 8 is JSI Austin versus Gain Speed. JSI Austin will be leading. Looks like the guys are ready to get their first run started. This is the first run of the top 8. JSI Austin leading in the Buick Regal. Gain Speed following in the Mustang. They're just waiting at the moment for the judges to be ready to judge. Oh, there we go. Into the 50 roll. Looks like there's a nice gap between the two. Aggressive entry there from both. But it looks like Austin was able to just keep on the power a bit more and pull out a bit of a gap through the first corner. And the gap continues to build through the third. Both still had a nice smooth line, and you know the lines were still nice and clean, but you could see that just Austin was able to pull away. Alright, so they'll make their way back to the start line and swap over. Now, it's such a smooth, powerful and speedy line that Austin has. It'll be interesting to see how he handles following Gain Speed on this follow run. Just a little bit of modulation of the throttle and brakes, he should be able to stay right on him. We should have quite an entertaining run on our hands here. But let's see. Into the 50 roll they go. Oh, and there was contact coming out the 50 roll there. Looked like a slight miscommunication between the two, but it looks like it's all alright. Heading into the first corner, Gain Speed straightens up there, and Austin was able to really pull in the gap. Using the brakes, managing not to hit Gain Speed. Staying right on him, door to door through the third corner, and it looked like there was slight contact coming out the turn. Bit difficult to tell the contact when you're in spectate mode. I don't know if you guys are seeing the same thing on the live stream, but it looks like it's a lot worse than it looks. Alright, so just going to the judges just to see who won that battle. Alright, JSI Austin gets the win, just to make it official. That was a pretty close battle though. We got a really good follow run there from Austin. It was right on Gain Speed's door through that third corner, especially. Alright, so our next battle is between Select Veeps and CS Akihiro. And I think Select Veeps will be leading first. This is the second of our top 8 battles, by the way. Alright, so first run is underway. Akihiro follows Veeps. Nice and aggressive entry from Akihiro there, pulling the gap on Veeps. Slightly shallow coming into the third corner, but still keeps on his door. And you see the gap is slightly eking out there. Akihiro sort of modulates his throttle, keeps the angle a little bit shallower so that he can keep up with him. Because obviously there's a huge speed difference between his two cars. And I think it was actually really well managed by Akihiro through that battle. This could be a really close one, guys. We might see it one more time here. Alright, so the guys are making their way back for their second run. It was interesting actually, because I thought there was going to be a huge speed differential between these two cars, because just the Camaro will have loads of rear grip. Akihiro did really well to keep up with Veeps. So let's see how they do the other way round. That was almost perfectly timed entry from Veeps there. He's following Akihiro really well. Nice modulation of the brakes there. Loses a slight gap there coming out of the corner. But I think that's like a one more time. I think you guys probably want to see a one more time of that as well. That was a really, really good battle. Alright, so I'm just contacting the judges. I personally think that should be a one more time. Oh, the judges have ruled that Veeps gets the win. Veeps get the win. That's a shame. I wanted to see them go again because that was actually really cool. But Veeps gets the win. Alright, so just to clarify on the Veeps versus Akihiro battle, the reason why Veeps got the win was because on Akihiro's follow run, when he was transitioning, he straightened out a little bit more. So that caused Veeps to get the win. Right, so our next battle is SO Mystified versus Extreme N64. This could be an interesting one, actually, because the Skyline handles very well, and Mystified, as we know already, has been driving really well, so this could be another entertaining battle. The last one was actually really cool. We'll see how this one goes. Looks like the guys just need to warm up the tyres a little bit. A few donuts for us, and then we'll get this battle underway. Alright, we should have Mystified versus Extreme N64 in just a second, guys. Alrighty then, so Mystified leads in his Camaro. Extreme N64 will follow in the Skyline. Slight gap opening up on the 50 roll. That Camaro has got so much power. It looks like Extreme N64 is slightly shallower through the course. A little bit of gap building out. Oh, there's a big correction there from Extreme N64 through the last corner there. I'd say there's a definite advantage to SO Mystified through that. Mainly due to there being a bit of a gap. Extreme N64 was slightly shallower through the course. And there was a big correction on that last corner from Extreme N64. Alright, so they'll swap around. Be interesting to see how the follow run goes for SO Mystified. It's definitely not over for Extreme N64. Looks like SO Mystified's leaving a bit of gap on that 50 roll. He knows his car's straight and is quick in a straight line. Mystified's a bit far off that first clip by the looks of it, but he's caught right up to Extreme N64 through the transition there, and just modulating the brakes through the last corner, keeping a consistent gap. Could have been a bit closer for my liking, but definitely consistent and smooth. So just consulting with the judges, find out who won, and Mystified gets the win. Yeah, Mystified was definitely just a bit smoother and held a good distance between him and Extreme N64 during that battle. So we move on to our final battle of the top 8, which is Relapse versus Gingerbread Hose. Relapse will lead and Gingerbread Hose will follow for the first run. Both of the drivers are just making sure their tyres are warmed up before we get started here, and then we'll head into their first run. Alright, here we go. Relapse versus Gingerbread Hose. And there's a huge gap coming out the 50 roll. I can't even see what's going on with Relapse up ahead. It's too far ahead. Gingerbread Hose going about his business through the run. Hopefully the judges can see what both guys are doing. Glad I'm not a judge. Not sure what that gap was about coming out the 50 rolls. Maybe there was a slight miscommunication between the two drivers. Maybe they didn't check to make sure that the other was ready. But we'll see how the next run goes. It could be vastly different. It could be quite difficult to judge them against each other if both the runs are quite different to each other. But we'll see. Alright, so they'll swap around. Relapse will follow Gingerbread Hose. I think is Relapse the last Japanese car left in this tournament. I think he is, you know. And let's see if the Skyline can hold on for another round in this next run. Oh, looks like Relapse had to just get on the brakes there at the end of the 50 roll. It's opened up a slight gap. But really aggressive entry on contact into the first corner. Definitely way too aggressive there into the first corner there from Relapse. It'd be interesting to see if the judges deem that as a mistake from Relapse, or if Gingerbread Hose was on a poor enough line that it caused Relapse to hit him. What do you think, guys? Do you think it was Relapse's fault for going in way too hard, way too fast, too much angle, he wasn't able to take avoiding action? Or do you think it was down to Gingerbread Hose and the line he was taking and the speed differential between the two? So I'm just going to check with judges, see what they're thinking about this one. It sounds like the judges are deliberating a bit longer with this one. Just scratching their heads a bit. I want to make sure I know the outcome and the reasoning behind it. Alright, so Relapse gets the win, and that is due to the fact that Gingerbread's follow run was almost non-existent. It was too far away, and on Relapse's follow run it was due to Gingerbread's line being way too wide and quite a bit slower. It just forced the contact into happening. So Relapse gets the win, and our next battle will begin. It will be up against, I think it's Austin versus Select Veeps is our next battle. Right, so top 4 will be getting underway pretty soon. Our first battle will be JSI Austin versus Select Veeps. And then our next battle after that is SO Mystified versus Relapse, otherwise known as Knockside. So luckily we do have something other than a V8 American car in the final 4. Hopefully we should be getting this next battle underway pretty shortly. But we're getting down to some pretty cool battles now. I think most of the guys have gone to change their tyres, make sure they're nice and fresh for this next battle. But I think we've got Austin and Veeps, who I think are both on wheels, and both have shown really smooth runs so far. So it'd be interesting to see how they both go against each other in a battle. Veeps was also telling us earlier that this is his first competitive tournament, so it'd be interesting to see how he handles going up against Austin in this next battle. It's the final 4. Alright, so Austin versus Veeps. Veeps will follow first, because Austin qualified higher. Should be getting this battle underway. Oh, here we go. Alright, so first run of the top 4. Veeps will follow Austin. Slight gap opening up into after the 50 roll, and it looks like Veeps is really pulling him in up to the second clip, and we'll see if he can get on his door here. He pulled it in. Oh no, Veeps is nearly stalled out of the third clipping point. Oh, that's really changed the way that run was unfolding. There was a gap that pulled out after the 50 roll. And I was thinking to myself, oh no, Veeps is gonna have a gap all the way through, and then he really reeled him into the second clipping point, which was really cool. And then we were just waiting to see what would happen on that third clip, because I think that was a bit of a deciding moment of the run. And Veeps just went a little bit too hard and fast into that third clip and got a bit too much angle and nearly stalled out, nearly spun out, but managed to recover it, so it won't be a complete 0 run. But we'll see how this next run goes. They'll swap around, and Austin will be following Veeps. I think Austin has a slight advantage going into this run, but obviously just a small slip up and it can all go Veeps' way. So let's see how it goes into this second run. Austin following right on Veeps' rear bumper into the first corner. Really consistent gap coming into the second clip. Veeps drops a tyre, and Austin's still right on his door. I think this is the closest we've seen so far. Really consistent. I don't think you can get much better follow run than that from Austin. Really smooth. Really buttery. I haven't said buttery in years. Alright, just to confirm, I have heard from the judges, Austin gets the win. So that means Austin will go into the final, into the top 2. and we will decide who is up against him with this battle, with Mystified and Relapse going up against each other. This could be a really close one. But Mystified will lead first because he qualified second and Relapse qualified third. So we got the top 4 qualifiers in the final 4. So it could work out that the qualifying was entirely accurate. Alright, so the first run of this battle with Mystified and Relapse, it looked like Mystified just completely went off course. I'm not sure what happened there, but it looked like they both gave up on that first run. Mystified just went all the way to the right. Let me just check what's happening there. They might be redoing that run, which is perfectly fine if between the drivers they agree to redo the first run. Oh, the judges weren't ready. They went without the judges being ready. The judges weren't looking, so they had to redo the first run. So here we go. Second time lucky. Into the first run we go. Looks like Mystified has a bit of a gap, and Relapse just made a mistake into that first corner and caught up on the rumble strip. Nearly spun out, but managed to recover. And it just means that Mystified has just trailed off into the distance there. It looks like Mystified's got a bit of an advantage going into that first run. You can see that Relapse was going into that first corner, caught up on the rumble strip, got a little bit too much angle and had to sacrifice speed in order to recover it. So it looks like Mystified's got a bit of an advantage going into that second run. But they'll make their way back, they'll swap round. Alright, so second run between Relapse and Mystified. Mystified is pretty close to Relapse, and Relapse just threw it in there. I don't think he could have got much more angle. Mystified had to back out a bit into that first corner, and now he's right on Relapse's door coming out of the third corner. Yeah, it was interesting entering into that first corner there. Relapse just chucked it in. He dropped a couple of tyres going into the first corner. He had like pretty much 90 degrees of angle. And Mystified had to slow up a bit just to take avoiding action. And it looks like Mystified gets the win. So our final will be Mystified against Austin. Alright, so just to clarify, guys, we just got to back out quick because Veeps didn't realise that he needed to do his third place battle and backed out. So we're just backing out and restarting the lobby, and then we'll get the third place battle underway between Veeps and Relapse. And then we've got Austin versus Mystified for the final. So It's either going to be Austin or Mystified that takes the win, and the loser will come second, and Veeps versus Relapse for third place. So yeah, we're just backing out, making sure that all the guys are in the lobby. Right, so we'll be getting the finals underway shortly. We're just waiting for Mystified and Relapse to get out of the lobby so we can get Veeps and Austin back in it. It'll be Austin versus Mystified for the final. It's Austin in his Buick and Mystified in his Camaro. And then third place will be between Relapse and Veeps. Relapse in the R34 and Veeps in a Camaro. Right, looks like everyone's backed out. Should be getting the final battles underway shortly. Everyone's here, I think. And we have an extra. Yes, it's been like 5 hours. I don't know if I can talk anymore. But we have finals to do. These should be the best battles. If they're not, then we got the wrong guys in the final. It's getting pretty late and I need to go to bed so that I can wake up early for the Grand Prix in the morning. Alright. Lobby is underway. I think we're going to do the third place battle first. Because that makes sense. And that is between Mystified and Relapse. Oh no, sorry, no it's not. Duh. It's against Relapse and Veeps. And Veeps will be following. But interestingly enough, we have the first and second place qualifiers in the final and the third and fourth place qualifiers battling for third. So Veeps will be following Relapse in this third place battle. And then we'll get onto the final battle. Guys probably just want to warm up the tyres slightly, make sure they're ready, and then we'll get under the way in the third place battle. What are your guys' predictions for this? Who do you think is going to win? Alright, so we're almost ready to get underway for our third place battle. Sorry for the wait there, guys. We just had to make sure that everyone was in the lobby. And it's probably better this way anyway, because we make sure that the guys can save their replays and they can save another replay for their finals. But yeah, we've got Relapse versus Veeps for the third place battle. Relapse will be leading. And the battle is underway. Alright, so Veeps will be following. Keeping an eye on Relapse for that 50 roll. Relapse gets a slight gap into the first corner. Veeps looks like he dropped a tyre slightly on the rumble strip. Oh, and there's contact into the third corner. That was a pretty aggressive transition into relapse for that third corner. And it was just too fast into the third corner for Veeps. And there was contact made. Now I really wish I had a replay. Instant replay would be really useful to see that again. It'll be up to the judges to decide who was to blame for that contact into the third corner. To me, it looked like Veeps went in there a bit too fast. Alright, so judges are telling me that Relapse has a advantage going into the next round, into the next run. Slight controversy here. Some may feel like Relapse might have slowed up a bit, causing the collision, but judges see it the other way. Judges see that Veeps went a little bit too quickly into the third corner and there was contact as a result. I must say that from what it looks like to me, it looks like the spectator mode is over exaggerating contact because it doesn't know how to handle it, but we'll see how this goes. Out the 50 roll, pretty even into the first corner. Veeps gets a big gap into the first corner. Relapse went in there with too much angle, but he's caught up into the second corner, and he's actually a lot shallower through the third corner and makes a big correction. To me, that looked like Veeps had much more advantage going through that run. So we'll see how this goes. Judges are still consulting each other at the moment to find out who goes forward. Well, not forward even. Who gets third. Alright, so judges will let me know that it's one more time. So they will go again with Relapse leading to start with and Veeps following. So the slate is wiped clean. We'll see that again. But Relapse definitely had he took too much angle into that first corner on his follow run, and then there was a couple of big corrections on the third corner as well. So kind of makes sense. I guess that contact into the third corner on the first run was a lot less than it looked in the spectate mode. So we'll go into the next run. This is a one more time. And we'll see how it goes. Alright, so into the 50 roll. Veeps is making sure he's on it this time. Slight gap pulling out once again. And Veeps puts the tyre on the clipping point and pulls in the gap once again. No contact this time. And he's right on his door into that last corner. I think Veeps was forced to drop a tyre there due to the line that Relapse was taking. But it will be interesting to see how the judges see that tyre drop, whether it was a disadvantage to Veeps or whether he was just simply following Relapse's line and as a result had to drop a tyre. To me, it looked like Veeps had the advantage there. What do you guys think? Alright then. Relapse gathering himself. Ready for the next run. This is the final run of the one more time. Veeps will be leading. Relapse giving chase. Looks like he's right on his bumper out of the 50 roll. Almost exactly the same entry. And Relapse was hard on the angle going into that first corner. Lost a little bit of the gap. And he's way off the clipping point in that last corner. And is losing the gap all the way through. Well, I think I know who's going to win this. Alright, I can confirm that Veeps gets the win. Veeps get the win. Apparently it was very close. Judges saying that Veeps only slightly got the win, but wins the win, man. Very good battle between the two guys there. Really close. So now we move on to the final between Austin and Mystified. Both these guys have definitely been the smoothest, most consistent drivers throughout the whole competition so far. They qualified first and second, and now they're going to be up against each other in the final. So Austin will lead first because he qualified first, and Mystified will give chase. Austin in the Buick, Mystified in the Camaro. Alright, so we should be getting the final underway shortly here. Mystified is just raring to go. Here we go. Into the 50 roll. This is the final of the competition, guys. Austin leads. Mystified gives chase. He's right on his bumper into the first corner. He's gaining on Austin through the first clipping point. Really smooth transition from Mystified there. Keeping it nice and close to Austin. Gaining on him slightly on the exit, and looked like Austin dropped a tyre on the exit there of the third corner. Really, that's the only mistake I've seen from Austin the entire competition, is dropping that tyre there. But we will we'll go back to the start, and we'll do the second run. Austin will chase. Mystified will lead. Based on that first run, what do you guys think will be the outcome of this final? Alright, so Mystified leads. Austin's going to give chase. I think they're just waiting on the judges being ready, and then we'll get this second run of the final underway. Alright then, here goes. Mystified leads, Austin gives chase. Coming out the 5th roll, slight contact there from Austin, giving Mystified the hurry up out of the 50 roll. Mystified looks like he's going wide into the 2nd clip. Austin has to adjust his line. Austin doesn't have the best line going into the 3rd, and Mystified pulls slightly coming out of the 3rd corner. But some might argue that Mystified's poor line through the 1st corner caused that, really. Austin constantly having to adjust his line through there. I think this is pretty close, but I think I might have determined a winner for myself. But I will go to the judges now and see what they're thinking. Alright, so I have heard from the judges and it's going to be a one more time. Just as it turns midnight here in the UK. We get a one more time on the final battle. Alright, so first run of the one more time is underway. Austin leads. Mystified gives chase. He's right on his rear bumper entering into the 1st corner. Loads of angle there from Austin, and Mystified has to just tap the brakes just to make sure he doesn't make contact. Mystified is right on his door coming into that 3rd corner. Super smooth. Adjustments from the brakes just to make sure he didn't hit him. Oh, that was a really good chase run there from Mystified. Similarly though, Austin didn't make any mistakes, to be fair. It was a really good lead run. Both of them killing it through that. Well, I had to just watch that back on the stream because that was a pretty good follow run. Similarly though, like I said, Austin was on it on that lead run. I mean, you can't fault him for that lead run. He did nothing wrong. Mystified was just really good on the follow. So let's see if Austin can respond here. It's all down to this run. Mystified's done all he could on that follow run. Austin just needs to lay it down now. Not sure what's going on right now. Looks like they're driving back. Looks like someone finished the race. Oh, they're going for new tyres. Oh, okay. I thought that the AI took over them for a second, but they decided they're both going to go for new tyres. Oh, they just want to hold us off even longer. I need to get to bed, man. I need to wake up early for the Grand Prix in the morning. All right. They're done bumming each other through the pits now, and they're going to make their way round. Mystified's going to lead. Austin's going to give chase. They've both got fresh tyres. Hopefully they get them nice and warmed up and ready. I always find when you've got simulation damage on that it really works best if you have just a little bit of wear in your tyres before you do a battle. So I'm sure they'll probably think the same thing, do a few burnouts before they make way. Yep. Alright, so they're lined up. Mystified is leading. Austin will give chase. I don't know how many times I've said that, but I'm like proper pumped up to see this run right now. See who wins. Super close battle here. Austin gives a little tap to Mystified coming out the 50. Both of them have a different line coming through that corner. It looks like Mystified had a very similar line to the one he had on his last league run. Not the best line for Austin to follow. And I think he was way off that clipping point on that first corner. Looked like Austin dropped a tyre out of the last corner, so we'll see. Looked like both of them made a slight error, but I think I don't know if it will go to one more time again. Judges are deliberating. Still no word from the judges, guys. I'll tell you what, the follow run from Mystified was proper smooth. It was utterly butterly, but that second run when Austin was following, I don't think he had the opportunity through that run to really show as much follow skill. And the judges will let me know it's a one more time again, so they will go again. Austin will lead, Mystified will follow. Second one more time, guys. These guys cannot decide a winner. Right, so I'm sure the guys will want to get their one more time run underway. Here we go. Austin leads, Mystified gives chase. Right on his bumper out the 50 roll. Initiating pretty much at the same time. Mystified puts a wheel on the rumble strip. Both pretty much the same through the second clip. Mystified has to straighten up a little bit to correct himself through that third corner and isn't quite as close as he has been before. Wasn't quite as wide out of the third corner there. Really trying to pick between the two right now through each corner. And I think Mystified was slightly at a disadvantage there, in my opinion. But I'm not a judge. What do you guys think? Regardless, they're going to go back for what will surely be the last run of this battle. can't imagine it'll go for a third one more time. Mystified will lead. Austin will give chase. And they'll go for their second run of this second one more time. Here we go. Alright, Austin's right on his bumper out of the 50 roll. Both of them killing the angle into that first corner. Austin's gaining on Mystified. Mystified's definitely cleaner in his lead run this time. But I think Austin was quite aggressive through that run there. Both of them really smooth. I feel like it was sort of backwards to the last one more time. The last one more time, the first run was really smooth. And the second run one more time, the second run was really smooth. I think really this might come down to like thinking way back through the whole battle and just considering the entire thing to arrive at a winner, because it is very close. Austin wins. Austin wins. That's it. Austin gets the win. Mystified comes second. Don't forget Veeps with the third place. And Relapse with fourth. Or Knockside, whatever you want to call him. So that is it. Thanks for watching, guys. I know it went on quite a bit longer, and my commentary was a bit sparse at times, but when you've been talking to nothingness for the past 5 hours, it gets a bit hard to find something to talk about. But yeah, I think next time we should plan a bit more time for qualifying, because we had quite a lot of people qualifying. And also I think I want someone else to be commentating with me. I need someone to bounce off of. Anyway, thanks for watching, guys, and I'm sure Spitsy will be doing another one of these competitions very soon. If you guys want to get involved in another competition, then go sign up for Virtual Formula Drift. Everything you need is on the Forza Motorsport forums, which is forums.forzamotorsport.net. Otherwise, I'm Edmard. Thanks for listening to my monotonous voice for the past 5 hours, if you've been around the whole time. You can follow me on edmard.tumblr.com. Otherwise, I am out of here. I'm going to go to bed. Flippin' heck. Alright. Bye.